Welcome to Berserk League. Phantom and Vortex face off on orange, with the favorite looking for a strong win today. Phantom is the best player on our ladder, but the scoreline is already pushing back against that rating. Vortex has a history of playing him tough, having won their most recent encounter. We have to see if Phantom can lean on that lifetime edge here. Vortex leads 2-1, keeping the pressure on Phantom. The best player on our ladder starts to push back. These rounds are over in a blink. Vortex is just faster to the trigger right now. The highest rated guy on the ladder is struggling to find an answer. Vortex edges ahead, 3-2, putting Phantom on his heels. That was fast, just over 1 second. Vortex pulls ahead, 4-2, really dominating the pace. Coming off a 27-9 run over the last day. Phantom keeps swapping rounds with him. This one's basically a coin flip right now. Our #1 seed trying to stabilize here. Phantom holds a 60% win rate in their head-to-head history, but those numbers are from a massive sample size. The reality today is that Vortex has won more of their most recent encounters, including their last full match. It's a question of whether the long-term edge actually matters right now. Phantom doesn't take a single hit here, showing real resilience to pull it back to 4-6. Cleanest kill of the set so far. Vortex extends it to 7-4, firmly in control. Vortex is proving why he's the favorite in this matchup. Vortex leads 7-5. This half tracks the pre-match expectations, as the favorite holds a narrow lead. Despite Phantom's 62% win rate on orange, Vortex is keeping him at arm's length, heading into the switch. Switching sides, let's see the reason. Phantom keeps clawing back, showing real grit to make it 6-7. The underdog is refusing to let him run away with it. He does it again. Phantom levels the score at 7-7, erasing that early deficit. Our top seed finally looks comfortable in this set. Boom. He doesn't take a hit, making it 3 in a row to take the lead, 8-7. Unreal. That's 4 in a row for him. Completely flipping the script after that early deficit. The favorite is finally playing like the top seed on the ladder. Vortex snaps the run with a clean hit, bringing it to 9-8. Vortex rank 4 on the ladder, keeps this tight. Phantom takes it back, showing great resilience to push his lead to 10-8. Took a bit longer this time, but he gets the result. Whoa, a total bloodbath. He survives by a thread to make it 11-8. Absolute chaos. He barely walked away from that one. Vortex doesn't take a single hit in under a second, refusing to let the lead slip further. Both players trade heavy hits, but Phantom survives the scrap to reach match point 12-9. Two fast fight of the set so far. Vortex stays alive in this fight, refusing to go quietly while Phantom sits on match point. Vortex stays healthy here, walking away with 74. Boom, he doesn't take a single hit to close it out and complete the comeback. He really had to dig deep to protect that top spot on the ladder today. Vortex pushed him to the absolute limit. He had to work for that. Welcome to Dunes. Havoc takes on the favorite Vortex in this first to 13 rifle duel. Havoc knocks him off the box for a quick start, challenging the favorite right out of the gate. Vortex comes in fresh off a loss to Phantom. Both players fought for the high ground, but Havoc wins the race for the kill. Vortex is usually the clear favorite in this matchup. Havoc holds a 57% win rate on this map, giving him a historical edge in this specific environment that contradicts the head-to-head history, where Vortex typically comes out on top. We'll see if the map advantage outweighs the overall matchup trend. Havoc edges ahead 3-2 as Vortex struggles to respond. Havoc ranks 6 on the ladder, keeps the pressure on. These rounds are over in a blink. Nobody is getting a second chance today. The rank 4 player is fighting to reclaim control here. Vortex claws back the lead, making it 4-3. 2 in a row under 2 seconds each. Untouched. That's 3 in a row for Vortex, who now leads 5-3. He's playing the role of the favorite perfectly here. Another clean one. He makes it 4 in a row to lead 6-3. Coming off a tough 10-13 loss to Phantom just now. Boom. Havoc snaps the round with a clean kill to bring the score to 4-6. Rank 6 is proving he belongs in this bracket. Vortex holds a 55% win rate in their head-to-head history. That long-term advantage is showing up here as he continues to edge out a fellow top 10 player. The question is whether Havoc can find a way to break that trend before halftime. Vortex leads 7-5. This half is tracking exactly as expected, with the favorite holding a slim lead. A 4-round streak kept Havoc from taking over early despite his map advantage. Wow, Vortex scrapes by with just 19 HP after knocking him off the box. Insane survival. Barely hanging on there. Vortex pushes the lead to 9-5, pulling away. Vortex is playing like the top 7% talent on the ladder. Untouched again. He keeps the momentum rolling for 3 in a row, leading 10-5. Coming off a 13-10 win against Catalyst earlier. He shuts down the comeback attempt. That's 4 in a row for Vortex to lead 11-5. Another one under 2 seconds. He's just too fast right now. 5 in a row. He finishes the round in under a second to reach match point. Unreal. He survives a total slugfest with just 25 HP to deny match point. That was a total grind, way longer than the last few. Havoc snaps the streak with a clean hit, making it 7-12. The underdog refuses to just hand this one over. Unreal. He doesn't take a single hit to make it 3 in a row. The underdog is flipping the script on the favorite. He catches him from the box. That's 4 in a row for Havoc. The favorite is suddenly fighting for his life here. 5 in a row. He doesn't take a single hit to keep this comeback alive. Another second kill to keep the dream alive. He's simply not stopping. 6 in a row for Havoc to bring this back to 11-12. A much slower pace this time, but he still gets it done. Game over. Vortex shuts the door and takes the win. 13-11. Havoc had the map history on his side and nearly pulled it off with that crazy run. He just couldn't quite flip the long-term head-to-head trend. He had to work for that. Welcome to the arena. Phantom and Havoc are ready for a duel, though the favorite looks hard to beat today. These rounds are over in a blink. Nobody is getting a second chance to react today. He's the best player on our ladder for a reason. Phantom Claws back the lead, making it 3-2. Gone in under 2 seconds. Havoc levels it up. We're all tied at 3-3. Welcome to Red Line. Phantom and Vortex face off now, with the favorite looking to keep their momentum going. Phantom is currently 27-9 in the last 24 hours, and that high volume success is carrying over here. He's the best player on our ladder, facing someone just outside the top 3, so the scoreline is reflecting that gap. We'll see if Vortex can find a way to disrupt this run. Whoa, a total scrap. He survives by a threat to make it 3 in a row. The best player on our ladder is proving it early. Vortex doesn't miss a shot here, showing some resilience to make it 3-1. A quick, clean stop to keep things competitive. Phantom takes him from the Tetris to push the lead to 4-1. Coming off a recent 13-10 win against him on Orange. Phantom cruises to 5-1, leaving Vortex in the dust. The best player on our ladder is just playing his game. He doesn't even take damage here, making it 3 in a row to lead 6-1. The one player on our ladder is just too sharp. Unreal Vortex catches him off the ramp and survives by a threat to make it 6-3. Scary close finish there, barely surviving with 21 HP. Phantom takes him from the Tetris, putting a 5-round cushion between them. Clean kill, barely 2 seconds into the fight. Phantom takes him from the Tetris. These rounds are over in a blink lately. Phantom, the best player on our ladder, is just in control. Phantom has won 60% of over 3,000 meetings between these two. Despite that massive historical edge, Vortex is fighting back after a close loss to him earlier today. The question is whether Vortex can actually flip the script here. Phantom leads 9-3 at the break. Vortex entered as the favorite, but the underdog is completely ignoring that narrative right now. Phantom's 58% win rate on Red Line is showing as he cruises toward a potential upset. Side swap, fresh start. Phantom hits 10 and looks completely untouchable at 10-3. Gone in under 2 seconds. Vortex is typically the clear favorite in this matchup. Wow, a total slugfest. Vortex survives by a hair to make it 10-4. Insane, he digs deep to survive on just 20 HP. Phantom pushes to 10-5, keeping the pressure high. Vortex is currently rank 4 on our ladder. Phantom just shuts down that mini run. Vortex had a bit of a spark, but the lead is stretching back out. A clean hit to break that streak. Phantom is now at match point, leading 12-5. The clear favorite is just refusing to let him back in. Vortex catches him from the Tetris to keep the game alive at 12-6. He's fighting to avoid the blowout the favorites predicted. Boom! He trades through the damage to seal the deal, taking the map 13-6. He's just on another level right now. That's 2 in a row against Vortex today, and he's barely breaking. Welcome to Berserk League. Havoc and Vortex face off on fast aim, where the favorite looks to secure another win. Vortex leads the head-to-head with 707 wins over Havoc. He's typically the favorite in this matchup and actually beat Havoc in their last encounter, so he's the one under pressure to regain that edge here. Vortex catches Havoc right on the ramp to take the lead. Vortex rank 4 on the ladder keeps things tight. Vortex picks him right off the bricks to keep the momentum moving his way. Coming off a tough 9:26 stretch over the last day. He knocks Havoc off the ramp to make it 3 in a row. Exactly how the favorite is expected to handle this one. Havoc trades shots on the ramp to break the run, bringing it to 3-2. He's currently ranked 7 on the ladder. Havoc levels the playing field at 3-3. Pure chaos. Vortex coming off a tough 6-13 loss to Phantom earlier. Vortex catches Havoc right on the wall to snatch the lead back. Quick exchange there to keep him in the lead. Havoc takes him right off the wine box to grab the lead. Quick exchange there to snap him back to even. Havoc coming off a tough 8-13 loss to Phantom. Havoc takes him right off the toolbox. He's really starting to pull ahead here. Insane speed on that kill, just over a second. He doesn't even take a hit. 3 in a row for Havoc to lead 6-4. The underdog is completely flipping the script here. Vortex shuts him down without taking a hit, keeping it close before the break. Clean kill there to keep this one within reach. Havoc and Vortex are tied 6-6. Vortex entered as the clear favorite, but Havoc is playing the role of spoiler here. Despite a 55% career win rate for Vortex in this matchup, the underdog is holding his own. Side swap, fresh start now. Vortex picks Havoc right off the ramp to push this lead to 2. Just like his recent 13-11 win over him on Dunes. Havoc picks him right off the ramp to lock this back up at 7-all. 2 of the top 10 players on the ladder locked in. Vortex picks him right off the ramp to extend the lead. A bit more of a drawn-out fight that time. A much slower pace to get the lead back. Havoc takes him from the ramp to tie it up. We're seeing a complete deadlock here. Clean hit there to keep the match dead even. Havoc edges ahead 9-8, seizing the upper hand. 2 straight for him, not taking any damage in either. Another one for Havoc. That's 3 in a row to push the lead to 10-8. Coming off a strong 13-8 win against Catalyst earlier. Havoc catches him from the ramp. That's 4 in a row for him. The underdog is completely flipping the pre-match expectations. Wow. He survives on just 14 HP to make it 5 in a row. Match point for Havoc. Unreal, he just refuses to go down. Vortex snaps the run, knocking Havoc off the toolbox to keep the dream alive. Clean break there to stop the slide. Boom! He doesn't take a single hit to close it out and take the map. He just completely ignored the history books today. Havoc puts a stop to that head-to-head slide with a huge upset. What a match. Welcome to Berserk League. Phantom and Havoc meet on orange with the favorite looking to keep their streak alive. Phantom is the best player on our ladder, yet he is facing a tough start against someone he usually controls. He beat Havoc just a short while ago, but the question is whether that edge will kick in now. Havoc leads 2-1 and is playing with total confidence. Phantom, the best player on the ladder, can't find his footing. These rounds are over in a blink. Nobody is getting a second chance today. Coming off a 27-8 run over the last day. Phantom claws back the lead at 3-2. Boom, 1 second is all he needed there. He just won't stop. 3 in a row for Phantom and he barely took a hit. The top player on our ladder is taking over. Whoa, a total bloodbath. Havoc barely survives with 16 HP to snap the run. Phantom has won 64% of their all-time head-to-head encounters. It's usually a problem for Havoc, and that historical edge is starting to weigh heavy as the gap grows. The question is whether Havoc can find a way to disrupt this rhythm. Havoc doesn't miss a beat, erasing him in a second to keep this comeback alive. Just 1 second to flip the script there. He doesn't even take a hit, snapping the run and keeping this comeback alive before the break. Quickest 2 rounds of the set right here. 6 at the break. This is tracking with the pre-match read. Though Havoc is playing closer than the rankings suggest, both players traded 3-round streaks to keep this dead heat going into the switch. Sides swap, clean slate. Phantom nudges ahead 7-6 to reclaim the advantage. The highest rated guy on the ladder is asserting himself. Phantom pushes to 8-6, widening the gap once more. He's mirroring that 13-8 result from their last meeting. Unreal. He doesn't take a single hit to make it 3 in a row. Gone in just over a second. That's 4 in a row for Phantom, completely halting the momentum at 10-6. Contrast that with his 10-26 record over the last day. Insane, both players were shredded in that scrap, but he survives with a sliver of health to make it 5 in a row. Barely hanging on there with 21 health. Phantom picks him off the ramp to make it 6 in a row. Match point. The heavy favorite is completely back in control. Boom, he closes it out with 7 in a row to take the map, 13-6. That second half surge was the difference. Phantom just continues to own this matchup whenever they meet. Welcome to Dunes. Phantom and Vortex are ready for a 1v1 with the favorite looking to keep their streak alive. Phantom is the best player on our ladder, but he's already dropped the first round here. He enters this with a 28-8 record over the last 24 hours, so the question is whether that momentum can actually translate into a lead. Phantom edges ahead, now leading Vortex 2-1. The best player on the ladder is asserting himself here. He doesn't even take a hit. 3 in a row for Phantom. Coming off that recent 13-6 win over him on red line. Vortex catches him on the box to halt that run, making it 3-2. Phantom strikes back to push his lead to 4-2. The highest rated guy on the ladder is just too sharp. Phantom leads their all-time head-to-head with over 2,000 wins. He has historically owned this matchup, and that edge is showing clearly in the current scoreline. The question is if Vortex can find a way to break this pattern. Phantom catches him from the box for 4 in a row. Vortex is struggling after that 9-13 loss to Havoc earlier today. Vortex answers back with a clean hit to make it 7-3. Vortex is still one of the top 4 on the ladder. Whoa, a complete slugfest. He barely survives that exchange to make it 7-4 before the break. Insane. He walks away from that with only 24 HP. Phantom leads 8-4. We expected Vortex to take this, but the underdog is flipping the script. Phantom is playing to his 63% map win rate and looks ready to pull off the upset. Sides, swap. Time for a reset. Unreal. He scrapes by with just 20 HP after both players take heavy damage, making it 9-4. Man, both of them are living on the edge today. Vortex claws one back to make it 9-5. Quick hit under 2 seconds for that one. Phantom hits double digits to go up 10-5. Quick reaction under 2 seconds. Vortex is keeping this competitive, refusing to let Phantom pull away with a commanding lead. Vortex is fighting a tough one, free run over the last day. Wow, less than a second, Phantom is just blinking, and the round is already over. Phantom shuts it down without taking a hit, moving to match point at 12-6. The favorite is firmly back in control here. Wow, a total scrap. Vortex survives that chaotic trade to keep the match alive at 12-7. Vortex doesn't take a single hit, making it 2 in a row to keep this alive at 12-8. Boom. He closes it out without taking a single hit to win the map 13-8. He's just on another level right now. Phantom keeps that massive win streak alive and maintains his grip on the top spot. Welcome to Berserk League. Havoc and Vortex face off on Italy, where the favorite looks to secure the win. Vortex holds a significant lead in their head-to-head history with 707 total round wins over Havoc. While Havoc won their most recent meeting, the latter suggests the edge stays with Vortex as the higher-rated player. We'll see if Havoc can break that long-term trend today. Vortex leads 2-1 and is firmly in control. The ladder's number 4 holding his ground here. These rounds are over in a blink. Nobody's getting a second chance today. The ladder's number 4 is feeling the pressure now. Vortex pushes to 3-2 and smells the finish. He's playing as one of the top 7% on the ladder. Vortex stretches it to 4-2, dominating the pace. Going in under 2 seconds. Havoc is refusing to let the lead slip away, keeping this one right in the middle. He's fighting back after a tough 6-13 loss to Phantom. Havoc claws back to tie it up at 4-4. The underdog flipping the script here. 3 in a row for Havoc, who just completely shut him down to take the lead 5-4. Vortex answers back instantly to tie this up at 5-5. The favorite refusing to let this one slip away. Vortex regains the edge, pulling ahead 6-5. Coming off a rough 1-4 run in the last 24 hours. 6 at the half. The favorite is struggling to pull away as Havoc holds his own. Despite Vortex winning 55% of their all-time head-to-head, the underdog is playing like an equal here. Side swap, fresh start. Havoc takes him from the wine to pull ahead by 2. Havoc, rank 6 on the ladder, is playing like the favorite. Havoc has a 46% win rate on this map, but he's playing far above that average right now. He already beat Vortex 13-9 in their last meeting, and that confidence is translating into this current lead. The question is whether Vortex can stop this slide. Deadlock at 8-8, Vortex has fought his way back. Gone in a second, just like the last. He doesn't even take damage. 3 in a row for Vortex to take a 9-8 lead. Havoc takes a chunk of damage but manages to fire back, tying it up at 9-9. Barely survived that one with 47 HP. Vortex edges ahead 10-9 with a clutch play. Vortex is fighting to flip a rough day of losses. Havoc levels it at 10-10. We are all square. Vortex is fighting through a tough 3-loss streak on the ladder. Neither one can put together a run. They've traded 4 straight rounds as this goes right down to the wire. Vortex is fighting to get back to that 50% map average. That was lightning fast. We are headed for a dead heat as these two refuse to blink. Sub-second reaction there to lock it back up. Vortex wins the exchange to reach match point, leading 12-11. The favorite finally finds a way to close the gap. Unreal. He denies the match point without taking a hit, forcing this into overtime at 12-12. Wow, less than half a second. Vortex is just too fast for him right now. Insane, less than half a second to shut it down. We're headed for a total stalemate. Neither one can put together a streak to end this. Tough fight there, surviving with only 47 HP. Havoc is putting together a run here, taking 2 in a row to pull ahead. Vortex catches Havoc from the wine to keep this tied up. 2 players from the top 10 on the ladder refusing to yield. Boom. He doesn't take a single hit to reach match point, leading 15-14. The underdog just puts the pressure on the favorite. Boom. He doesn't take a single hit to shut it down and take the map. He just completely flipped the script in overtime. Havoc takes down the favorite and keeps the momentum from their last meeting. What a fight. Welcome to the arena. Phantom and Havoc face off now with the heavy favorite looking for another win. Phantom enters this one with a 27-8 record in the last 24 hours. He is the best player on our ladder, and we saw that gap in skill just now in their last meeting where he won comfortably. The question is if Havoc can find a way to break this streak. Phantom leads 2-1 as Havoc fights to stay alive. 2 seconds, he just deletes him. Havoc takes him from the Tetris and we've got a deadlock here, 2-all. The league's best player is being pushed here. Havoc surges ahead 3-2 to seize the lead. Our rank 6 player is actually playing his part here. Phantom knocks him off the Tetris to bring this back to a dead heat. He's coming off a rough 11-25 day overall. Phantom claws back a 4-3 lead right here. Matches up with that 13-6 result from their last meeting. Havoc levels it at 4-4. We're completely tied. 1 second, he just snapped that sequence. Havoc takes him from heaven. He's really starting to pull away with this run. Our rank 6 player is flipping the script on the favorite. He doesn't even take a hit. 3 in a row for Havoc to make it 6-4. That's 4 in a row for Havoc, barely taking a hit before the break. Our top rated player is struggling to answer him. Havoc leads 8-4 at the break. This is a total shock given Phantom's #1 ranking. Havoc just ripped off a 5-round streak to put the favorite in a hole before the side switch. Side swap, Phantom needs a reset. Havoc is sitting at 11-25 in the last 24 hours, making this lead a massive anomaly for his day. He's fighting against a tide of losses across the league, yet he's somehow keeping the best player in check. The question is whether Havoc can actually close this out. Havoc extends the gap to 9-6, still dominating. He holds a 64% win rate in their head-to-head history. Havoc snaps him right off the Tetris. He's putting some serious distance between himself and the favorite here. Havoc survives that one with just 31 HP. Havoc takes him from the Tetris, is just 2 rounds away from pulling off a huge upset here. Clean kill from the Tetris to keep the pressure on. Havoc catches him from the ramp to break the streak. He's now at match point. Wow, he just shuts the door on that comeback attempt. Phantom answers back with a clean kill, keeping himself in this at 7-12. The highest rated guy on the ladder refuses to go quietly. Boom! Havoc shuts it down and secures the victory, taking the map 13-7. He just completely defied the odds here. Havoc takes down the #1 player despite a rough day of... Welcome to Berserk League. Phantom and Vortex face off on red line, with the favorite looking to secure another win. Vortex takes it from the ramp to start things off, catching the #1 seed early. Phantom, the best player on the ladder, starts slow. Phantom holds a 60% win rate in their head-to-head history. Despite that long-term edge, he's already dropped 2 rounds to a player who has struggled with a 1-5 record today. The question is whether Phantom can flip the script before this gets out of hand. Vortex surges to a 3-1 lead, stifling Phantom's comeback. Just a blink, that was over in a second. These rounds are ending in a flash. Vortex is just too fast for him right now. The best player on the ladder is struggling here. Phantom wins the trade-off on the ramp, showing some resilience to bring it to 2-4. The highest rated guy on the ladder is finally waking up. Vortex picks him right off the ramp, pushing the lead to 3. Vortex is flipping the script after that 8-13 loss to him earlier. Phantom doesn't take a single hit here, showing some real grit to keep this close at 3-5. Clean kill, barely a second of action. Phantom is playing at a 27-9 clip over the last 24 hours, yet he can't seem to close the gap here. He's usually the heavy favorite in this matchup, but Vortex is playing like he's decided to ignore the ladder completely. We have to wonder if Phantom is just tilted from that recent loss to Havoc. Vortex stretches his lead to 7-4, staying dominant. He's the best player on the ladder for a reason. Phantom 4, Vortex 8. This half played out exactly as expected with the favorite in control. Phantom holds a 58% win rate on red line, but he hasn't found a way to stop Vortex's early run. Side swap, time for a reset. Vortex hits 9, leaving Phantom trailing at 4. Vortex is playing far above his 30% recent form. Wow, Phantom catches him from the Tetris and barely survives with 20 HP. Unreal, he barely walked away from that one. Vortex hits 10, leaving Phantom fighting a steep hill. Vortex is playing way above his rank 5 standing here. Vortex is just too quick. These rounds are ending in under 2 seconds, leaving Phantom no time to react. Phantom prevents the streak from snowballing here, keeping this within reach as we head toward the finish. He's already beaten him 13-8 in their last meeting. He doesn't even take a hit, putting Vortex at match point. Underdog taking full control of the server here. Insane, he survives with just 14 HP to deny Vortex match point on the ramp. Whoa, that's his second time surviving on a sliver of health. Boom, 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 boom. Vortex, Vortex, more, Vortex, Vortex, He just completely ignored the rankings today. Vortex snaps that losing streak in a huge upset over the #1 seed. Welcome to Berserk League. Havoc and Vortex meet on fast aim, where the favorite faces a tough test today. Vortex catches him right off the toolbox to take the early lead. Vortex, rank 4 on the ladder, looks ready today. Vortex holds a 707 to 569 lead in their all-time head-to-head history, while Havoc took their most recent meeting. The overall trend heavily favors Vortex in this rivalry. The question is whether Havoc can flip the script here. Vortex cruises to a 3-1 lead, putting on a clinic. Whoa, that was a blink and you miss it kill. These rounds are flying by. Vortex is just too quick for him right now. The favorite is asserting himself early. Vortex takes another one without taking any damage. 3 in a row now. He's playing like the top 7% talent the ladder expects. 4 in a row for Vortex, pushing the lead to 6-1. He's playing like the rank 4 player the ladder expects. Unreal. He barely survives with 13 HP to make it 5 in a row. Pure chaos on the ramp, but he still comes out on top. Boom, Havoc snaps the run with a clean kill, making it 2-7. Havoc is coming off that 16-14 win over him recently. Havoc has gone 12-23 in the last 24 hours. He's struggling to maintain the consistency we saw in his recent win over Vortex, and the current scoreline reflects that dip in form. The question is whether he can stabilize before this slips away. Vortex extends the gap to 8-3, just dominant. Havoc, rank 6 on the ladder, isn't going away quietly. Vortex leads 9-3 at the break. This matches the pre-match expectations exactly, as the favorite uses a 5-round streak to build a comfortable cushion. Havoc needs a big shift after the switch to stay in this. Havoc needs a total reset here. Havoc wins another scrap on the ramp to keep this within reach. Coming off a 13-7 win over Phantom earlier today. Havoc picks him right off the ramp to keep this run going. That was a blink and you miss it kill to keep the pressure on. He catches him from the wine box. That's 3 in a row for Havoc. The underdog is flipping the script on the favorite here. Vortex shuts down the comeback, picking him off the toolbox to make it 6-10. Coming off a 13-7 win over Phantom earlier today. The gap is widening again. Vortex is pulling well ahead as the finish line comes into view. Vortex shuts down the comeback with a perfect round, hitting match point after 3 in a row. The ladder favorite is just too consistent today. Havoc catches him from the ramp to stay alive, making it 7-12. He's fighting to avoid the blowout the ladder expected. Boom! Vortex shuts it down with a clean kill to take the map. He just had his number all day. Vortex takes it, proving that head-to-head lead isn't a fluke. Welcome to Berserk League. Phantom and Havoc face off on Mappas with the heavy favorite looking for a win. Phantom catches Havoc right off the ramp to start things off. The best player on the ladder starts strong. Phantom holds a 64% win rate in their head-to-head history. Despite that long-term edge, Havoc actually took their most recent meeting 13-7, so he knows how to beat the best player on the ladder. The question is if Phantom can reset the pace here. Phantom cruises to a 3-1 lead, suffocating Havoc. The best player on the ladder is asserting that rank early. Another for him, 3 in a row for Phantom to take a 4-1 lead. The top-rated guy on the ladder is playing his role. Havoc answers back with a clean kill to make it 4-2, showing some real resilience here. Clean kill there to keep this close. Havoc wins the trade-off from the ramp, snapping the streak to make it 4-3. The underdog is flipping the script on the favorite. Wow, he makes it 4-4, completing a 3-round surge to erase the early deficit. The favorite is completely stripped of his early lead. Unreal, he survives with just 14 HP after a brutal scrap to make it 5-4. Absolute chaos in that scrap to pull ahead. 5 in a row for Havoc, who's now completely flipped this match on its head. The heavy favorite is struggling to find an answer. Phantom knocks him off the ramp to break the run before the break. Quick snap there to wrap up the first. Phantom 5, Havoc 7. We're seeing a potential upset here as the underdog takes the lead. Despite Phantom's 70% win rate on Mappas, Havoc is the one controlling the pace heading into the switch. Phantom needs a total reset here. Havoc still leads 7-6 as Phantom claws back. He's coming off a 25-10 run over the last day. A messy scrap ends with Havoc coming out on top to make it 6-8. Quick exchange there to keep the lead. The underdog is simply refusing to fold. He doesn't even take damage on this one, snapping back to make it 9-6. Purely effortless, not even a scratch on him there. Phantom doesn't take a single hit here, showing real grit to pull it back to 7-9. He denies from the ramp to make it 10-7, continuing this gritty fight back. The underdog is playing exactly like the favorite here. Havoc snaps the streak and puts himself 2 away from the win, showing some serious resilience. Fast exchange there to shut the door on the comeback. He shuts down the comeback with a 3-round surge, putting Havoc on match point. The underdog has completely flipped the script on the favorite. Boom, he doesn't take a single hit to close it out and take the map. He just can't find an answer for Havoc today. Huge upset against the #1 player on the ladder. Welcome to Dunes. Phantom takes on Vortex in today's duel, where the favorite faces a tough test. Whoa, a total bloodbath where Vortex scrapes by with just 11 HP to take a 1-0 lead. Phantom is currently the best player on our ladder, but the scoreline isn't reflecting that gap yet. He's actually coming off a 3-loss streak in his most recent matches, meaning he's fighting to regain his footing here. The question is whether he can flip the script after losing their last head-to-head. We're all square at 2-2. Phantom fights back. Wow, just under a second for that. Phantom is starting to pull ahead, but Vortex usually has the upper hand in this matchup. Vortex knocks him off the box to take the lead, 4-3. Phantom, the best player on our ladder, is struggling here. Vortex holds a slim 4-3 edge as we reset. Coming off a tough 7-13 loss to Havoc just now. Deadlock. Phantom levels it up at 4-4. He's currently the highest rated guy on the ladder. Vortex is starting to pull ahead, and he's the one typically favored in this specific matchup. Coming off a strong 25-11 day, but it's not showing here. Complete stalemate. Phantom and Vortex are locked at 5-5. Vortex is coming off a 3-5 stretch today. Phantom grabs the lead, 6-5, breaking the tie. Under a second again, he's just faster right now. 6 at the break. Vortex entered as the favorite, but Phantom is denying him that edge. With Phantom holding a 63% win rate on Dunes, he's proving he can handle the pressure here. Side swap, fresh start. Phantom edges ahead, 7-6, taking the momentum. The best player on the ladder finally exerting his will. Back to a deadlock. Vortex ties it up at 7-7. Vortex is currently riding a 2-win streak in his last 10. Vortex knocks him off the box to keep this run going. Punishing him from the box twice in a row now. Neither will budge. Phantom and Vortex stay tight at 8-8. Vortex top 7% on our rating isn't letting him run away. Vortex claws back the lead, 9-8. Vortex is playing exactly like he did in that 13-7 win earlier. Neither one is letting the other breathe. We're just trading rounds back and forth in a total deadlock. Phantom rank 1 on the ladder, fighting to prove the rating. Vortex snatches the lead, 10-9 in this absolute nail-biter. Drawn out, but he kept his cool. He's currently sitting 4th on our rating. Vortex is on a roll now. He's putting together a real run to pull away here. The underdog is flipping the script on the favorite here. He shuts down the comeback beat. 3 in a row for Vortex, and he's now at match point. Pure efficiency, closing that out in 3 seconds. Boom! He doesn't miss, taking 4 straight to close it out and win the map. He just can't get the better of Vortex right now, regardless of that rank 1 status. Hard-fought win. Welcome to Berserk League. Havoc and Vortex take on Orange, where the favorite looks to keep their lead. Vortex leads the head-to-head with 708 wins over Havoc. He also took their most recent meeting in a convincing fashion, so he should have the confidence to weather this early lead. The question is whether Havoc can actually flip the script this time. Havoc pushes a 2-1 lead as Vortex fights back. Havoc ranks 6 on the ladder, looks to defy the odds. These rounds are over in a blink. Nobody's getting a second chance to react. Coming off a solid 13-9 win against Phantom earlier today. Havoc edges it 3-2. Vortex needs a response. Vortex, rank 4 on the ladder, hasn't felt this pressure yet. Unreal. Vortex survives on just 6 HP to take it from the ramp and tie this up 3-3. The favorite is starting to assert himself here. Insane. Both players were nearly dead, but Havoc survives on 8 HP to make it 4-3. 2 rounds in a row decided by a sliver of health. Havoc is currently 13-22 in the last 24 hours, so this lead is a surprising turn of events. He is playing against the favorite and managed to win their last encounter earlier today, meaning the momentum is shifting. We have to see if Vortex can recover. Vortex doesn't take a single hit here, showing real resilience to cut the lead to 6-4. Cleanest kill of the match so far. Vortex picks him off the ramp, snapping the streak and closing the gap to 6-5 before the break. One more before they head into the break. Six at the break. Vortex entered as the clear favorite, but Havoc is playing him even. Both traded 3-round streaks to keep this deadlock, making the 55% head-to-head advantage for Vortex irrelevant so far. Side swap, clean slate. He doesn't take a single hit in under a second to reclaim the lead. 7-6. The favorite is finally starting to separate himself from the pack. Havoc strikes back to lock this at 7-7. Pure battle of the top quartile here. Havoc steals the lead, moving ahead 8-7. The underdog is flipping the script on a favorite who's usually dominant. Havoc catches him from the ramp for 3 in a row, moving ahead 9-7. 3 in a row, and he didn't take a single hit. That's 4 in a row. He's completely taken over this match to lead 10-7. Vortex is usually the one dictating the pace in this matchup. Vortex breaks the run without taking a hit, showing real resilience to make it 10-8. Vortex, rank 4 on the ladder, knows how to stay in this. Vortex knocks him off the ramp without taking a hit, continuing his climb back into this quickest trade of the set, just a total blur. Boom, he wipes the slate clean with a perfect kill to tie this up, 10-10. Havoc snaps the run with a clean kill to lead 11-10. Vortex is still the higher rated player on the ladder. He doesn't take a single hit to tie this up at 11-11, showing real grit in this comeback. Both players now staring down the finish line. Havoc doesn't take a hit to reclaim the lead, 12-11. He's now at match point. Underdog completely flipping the script on the favorite. Whoa! He doesn't take a single hit to tie it at 12-12, forcing this into overtime. Pure deadlock as they head into the extra blocks. Vortex doesn't take a single hit to snap the streak and win it 13-12. Boom! He shuts the door right there. Pure precision to wrap it up. Vortex picks him off the ramp without taking a hit, making it 3 in a row. He's playing exactly like the favorite we expected. A scrappy trade that goes his way. That's 4 in a row for Vortex at match point. A messy scramble, but he finds the... Havoc snaps that run with a perfect kill to keep this alive. Wow, a total reset of the momentum in under 2 seconds. He's not going away. Another perfect round for Havoc to keep this comeback alive. The rank 6 player is refusing to let this slide. Boom, boom. Vortex knocks him off the ramp without taking a hit to complete the comeback and take the map. He really had to dig deep in overtime to keep that head-to-head lead intact. Havoc pushed him to the absolute limit. What a fight. Welcome to Redline. Phantom and Havoc face off now with the favorite looking to bounce back and take the win. Phantom holds a 64% win rate in their head-to-head history, but that dominance isn't showing today. Havoc already beat him in their last meeting, and we're seeing a similar pattern emerge early here. The question is if the ladder leader can shut this down. Havoc leads 2-1 as Phantom struggles to keep pace. Our best player on the ladder finally answers back. Phantom catches him on the ramp from Tetris to even things up. The best player on the ladder asserts himself. He knocks him off the ramp. That's 3 in a row for Phantom. The best player on the ladder is taking control. Trade-off from the ramp, and he makes it 4 in a row. The best player on the ladder is showing his class. Havoc snaps the run, bringing the score to 4-3. He's playing the role of the underdog perfectly today. Havoc levels it at 4-4. We're deadlocked. Phantom is struggling after a tough 7-13 loss to him earlier today. Both players hit their marks, but Havoc survives the exchange to make it 3 in a row. The top guy on the ladder is feeling the pressure. Phantom doesn't take a single hit to level the score at 5-5. He's fought through a 4-loss streak leading into this. Phantom picks him off the ramp and now has the lead. The best player on the ladder is finally stabilizing. Phantom leads 7-5 at the break. This is tracking exactly how we expected it to go, with the favorite holding a narrow edge. Havoc is keeping it close, but Phantom's 58% map win rate is starting to show. Side swap, fresh start. Phantom catches him from the ramp, putting Havoc in a deep hole as this lead grows. The best player on the ladder is finally separating himself. Phantom is putting up a 24-11 record over the last 24 hours, and we are seeing that momentum peak right now. He is playing far above the level Havoc has shown today, who has struggled with a losing record since yesterday. The question is if Havoc can find any way to break this run. Havoc catches him from the ramp, showing real resilience to make it 2 in a row. The underdog is refusing to go away quietly. He picks him off the ramp without taking a hit. That's 3 straight for Havoc. The ladder leader is suddenly looking very vulnerable. Phantom answers back with a clean hit to make it 10-8. The best player on the ladder refuses to let it slip. Havoc doesn't take a single hit here, continuing his climb back into this game. Cleanest exchange of the half, neither player even flinched. Phantom picks him off the ramp to keep this lead moving in the right direction. Best player on the ladder, showing why he holds that top spot. He doesn't take a single hit to break that streak. Phantom is at match point 12-9. Exactly how the favorite should close this out. Havoc catches him off the ramp, showing real grit to keep this fight alive at 12-10. Havoc survives that one with just 41 HP left. Unreal. Deletes him in under a second without taking a hit to keep this comeback alive. Boom! He shuts it down without taking a single hit to take the map 13-11. He barely survived that surge from Havoc. He had to dig deep to keep that top spot secure. Hard-fought win. Welcome to Italy. We have Phantom and Vortex facing off today with the favorite looking for a strong win. Phantom holds a 60% win rate in their head-to-head history, but that doesn't matter much right now. Vortex just beat him 13-9 in their most recent meeting, and that confidence is showing early. The question is if our best rated player can flip the script here. He doesn't even take a hit. 3 in a row for Vortex. The best player on the ladder is struggling to find an answer. Takes his time to close this out without taking a single hit. That's 4 in a row. The favorite is looking completely lost right now. Another clean kill, 5 in a row for Vortex. The best player on the ladder can't find a way in. Finally, Phantom breaks the run to make it 1-5. Coming off a 25-11 run over the last day. Phantom has a 66% win rate here, which is a significant edge over Vortex. That historical strength is starting to surface after a slow start, especially with Phantom coming in 25-11 over the last day. We have to see if this momentum can actually erase the lead. Vortex leads 6-3, still keeping Phantom at bay. The best player on the ladder is finally fighting back. He wins the trade-off to make it 2 in a row, showing real resilience in this comeback. Fastest kill of the match so far. Vortex holds a 7-4 lead, keeping the pressure on. Pure speed there, just 1 second to end it. Vortex leads 7-5. This half tracked expectations perfectly, with the favorite maintaining control despite the late push. Vortex used a 5-round win streak to build this cushion, and he looks comfortable heading into the switch. Vortex pulls ahead 8-5, stretching the lead further. Our best player on the ladder is still searching for a lead. Vortex takes him from the wine to push this lead to 4. Our number 1 on the ladder is feeling the pressure. Phantom takes him from the wine to bring this one within 3. The best player on the ladder is clawing back. He doesn't take a single hit to make it 2 in a row, continuing this gritty climb back into the match. Unreal. He doesn't take a single hit to make it 3 in a row, continuing this gritty climb. Vortex halts the momentum with a clean kill to make it 10-8. Phantom, the number 1 on the ladder, can't get the lead. He doesn't take a single hit to bring it to 9-10, continuing this resilient climb. The favorite is finally making this a contest. Vortex is refusing to let the lead slip, keeping this a tight 2-round gap. Vortex rank 4 is playing like the favorite today. Vortex catches him from the wine to hit match point. Fastest reaction time of the last few rounds. Phantom doesn't take a hit here, showing incredible resilience to keep this match alive. The highest rated guy on the ladder refuses to go quietly. Another clean kill for him. He's now 2 in a row, refusing to let Vortex close this out. Insane, he just erased that lead in a heartbeat. Unreal. He doesn't take a hit to make it 3 in a row and force overtime at 12-12. Wow, 3 clean kills in a row to force this. Vortex halts the slide with a hard-fought scrap to take the lead, 13-12. Vortex is playing exactly like the favorite today. A scrappy exchange ends with Phantom evening things up at 13-13, refusing to let this lead slip. tense exchange, but he keeps his composure to force this. Boom, he snaps the streak and takes the lead 14-13, showing incredible grit in this climb. The favorite finally seizing control when it counts most. Neither player can keep the lead for more than one round. We're just trading blows at this point. Vortex is playing like the favorite today. He doesn't take a single hit to take the lead 15-14, putting himself on match point. Insane speed, under 2 seconds to take control. He wipes him out without taking a hit to tie it at 15-15. Absolute deadlock, neither one can pull away. Vortex edges ahead 16-15 in this absolute nail biter. Total stalemate at 16-16. Phantom and Vortex are locked. Phantom surges ahead 17-16 to seize the advantage. 2 in a row for the favorite to seize control. Phantom pushes it to 18-16, extending his grip. Exactly the result expected from the favorite. Vortex narrows it to 18-17, keeping this alive. Our rank 4 player just refuses to let this match end. Absolute chaos as Vortex levels it at 18-18. 2 quick kills to bring this right back to a dead heat. Vortex grabs the lead 19-18 in this thriller. Phantom levels it at 19-19. This is a total wash. Phantom edges ahead 20-19 in this absolute war. The favorite is finally taking command in the deep water. Phantom surges to 21-19, practically smelling the trophy. The highest rated player on the ladder is finally closing this out. Phantom hits 22-19, putting a chokehold on this. He really had to dig deep in overtime to get that revenge for their last meeting. Vortex pushed him to the absolute limit. What a fight. Welcome everyone, we have Havoc and Vortex facing off on Mapas, with the favorite looking for another win today. Vortex leads the all-time head-to-head with 709 wins over Havoc. He also took their most recent meeting in a tight contest, so he holds the psychological edge coming into this. The question is whether Havoc can break that pattern today. Vortex edges ahead 2-1. Havoc needs a response. Havoc is currently ranked 6 on the ladder. These rounds are over. In a blink, Vortex is just too quick today. That was a blink, just 1.6. Vortex catches Havoc right on the ramp to keep the momentum rolling. He's playing like a top 7% player right now. He doesn't even take a hit. 3 in a row for Vortex to make it 5-1. Coming off a tough 11-13 last to Phantom just before this. Havoc answers back with a clean kill to make it 2-5. The favorite is feeling the pressure now. Havoc wins the trade-off on the ramp, continuing his climb back into this match. The underdog is flipping the script here. Unreal. He doesn't take a single hit to make it 3 in a row. Vortex hasn't looked this vulnerable since his loss to Phantom. Whoa. A total bloodbath that leaves him with nearly nothing, but he erases the deficit to tie it 5-5. Insane survival, clutching it with only 20 HP left. Vortex takes a clean win to reclaim the lead before the break. A clean kill to wrap up the half. 6 at the break. Vortex entered as the favorite, but Havoc is playing him like an equal. Despite Vortex winning 55% of their all-time head-to-head, this first half proves the underdog can keep pace. Side swap, fresh start. Vortex snatches the lead, making it 7-6. Vortex ranked 4 on the ladder, reclaiming control here. Havoc is sitting at 13-22 in the last 24 hours, and that lack of momentum is starting to show here. He's already dropped a close one to Vortex earlier today, so he's fighting an uphill battle against a player who knows how to close him out. It's a question of whether he can break this cycle before the gap widens. Boom. He doesn't even take a hit, making it 4 in a row to lead 10-6. Exactly how the favorite is expected to handle this. Wow, a total slugfest where he barely survives with 23 HP to break the run. A scrap like that keeps him in the game. A total deadlock on the ramp, but Vortex comes out on top to extend his lead. A long fight that puts him just 2 away. A slow burn of a round that ends in his favor. Havoc is refusing to go away, trading rounds here to keep this within reach. Coming off that 13-7 win against Phantom on this map earlier today. A messy trade-off that ends with Vortex on match point, leading 12-8. Exactly how the favorite is expected to close this out. Havoc denies him from the ramp to keep the dream alive at 9-12. Our rank 6 player refuses to let this slip away. Game over. Vortex shuts it down from the ramp to take the map. He just keeps winning that head-to-head battle. Havoc fought hard, but the favorite maintains the edge today. Welcome to the arena. Phantom and Havoc are ready to go, though the favorite faces a tough test today. Phantom enters this with a 25-10 record over the last 24 hours, showing a level of form that Havoc hasn't matched today. He also holds a significant lead in their head-to-head history, including a win in their very last meeting. The question is whether Havoc can find a way to disrupt that pattern. Havoc grabs the lead 2-1 as Phantom struggles. Phantom, the best player on the ladder, is feeling the pressure. Havoc catches him from the box, making it 3 in a row. Havoc flipping the script after that 11-13 loss to him. Phantom knocks him off the ramp to break that run, making it 3-2. The best player on the ladder, reminding him who's who. Havoc catches him from the Tetris, and these rounds are ending in a blink. Blink, and you miss it just under 2 seconds there. Wow, a complete bloodbath. Havoc survives by a thread to make it 5-2. Unreal. He's barely hanging on through these. Phantom doesn't take a single hit here, showing real resilience to pull it back to 3-5. The highest rated guy on the ladder trying to close the gap. Havoc has a 48% all-time win rate, which usually puts him on the losing end of these matchups. He's defying those historical odds today by pushing the heavy favorite into a corner. Now the question is if Havoc can actually close this out. Insane. Both players tear each other apart, but Phantom scrapes through with a sliver of health before the break. Another nail biter as he barely holds on. Phantom 4, Havoc 8. We are looking at a genuine shock here. Havoc is ignoring that 64% head-to-head disadvantage to push the top-rated player into a deep hole. Phantom needs a huge response after the switch. Side swap time for a Phantom claws one back, now trailing 5-8. Havoc enters this fighting a free loss skit in his last 10. Havoc takes him from the Tetris, extending that lead to 4. Havoc is playing against a 13-23 day overall. Havoc pulls ahead to 10-5, putting Phantom in trouble. That's another one, gone in under 2 seconds. Phantom strikes back, trailing 6-10 in this uphill battle. Havoc coming into this after a tough stretch of 3 straight losses. 1 second these rounds are flying by and Havoc is just a few steps away from the upset. Phantom is refusing to go away, trading rounds here to keep this within reach. Coming off a recent 13-11 win against him on Redline. Havoc catches him from the Tetris to reach match point 12-7. The heavy favorite is completely dismantled here. Whoa, a total slugfest. Phantom survives the scrap to keep this alive, 8-12. Pure chaos, both of them barely walking away from that one. Hard-fought win to keep this dream alive. Boom, Havoc doesn't take a single hit and seals the upset, winning it 13-8. He just completely ignored the history books and the rankings to take down the best player on the ladder. Havoc pulls off the upset. Welcome to Berserk League. Phantom and Vortex face off on fast aim with the favorite looking for a strong win. Phantom leads the head-to-head with over 2,000 total wins. He is also the best player on our ladder, so the scoreline is reflecting that gap in rating. The question is whether Vortex can break that historical trend today. Phantom takes him from the ramp to extend the lead to 3-1. The best player on our ladder is asserting his status. Vortex knocks him off the ramp to tie this up. We've got a dead heat early on. Vortex is playing like the favorite here. Phantom edges ahead 3-2 after a tight exchange. That was fast, just a second to clear it. Phantom pulls away again to make it 4-2. Coming off a 25-10 run over the last day. He doesn't even take a hit. 3 in a row for Phantom. Less than a second to end it. Phantom catches him from the window to make it 4 in a row. The top seed is just playing his role here. Vortex snaps the run, picking him off the window to make it 6-3. Vortex, top 7% on the ladder, isn't backing down. Phantom holds a 67% win rate on this map, which is a significant gap over Vortex's history here. He's coming into this with high confidence after beating Vortex in their most recent meeting just a short while ago. The question is whether Vortex can find an answer before this slips away. Phantom leads 7-5 at the break. He entered this as the underdog, but he's defying expectations and pushing for the upset. That 4-round streak put him in control of the first half. Side swap, let's see a response. Phantom pushes the lead to 8-5, really pulling away. He's coming off a 22-19 win against him earlier today. Wow, what a scrap. Vortex survives on 8 HP to keep this comeback alive. 8-6. Insane, he's just refusing to go down. What a war! Both players trade heavy damage in a total bloodbath, but Vortex hangs on to make it 8-7. Unreal, he survived 2 straight on a sliver of health. Boom, he doesn't take a single hit to tie this up at 8-8, making it 3 in a row. Doesn't take a single hit. That's 4 in a row for Vortex, who's now leading 9-8. The underdog is completely flipping the script here. Vortex catches him from the ramp to make it 5 in a row, completing a huge climb after trailing by 4. The highest rated guy on the ladder is officially under pressure. Phantom answers back without taking a hit, cutting it to 9-10. Just like their last. Vortex doesn't take a hit here, showing real resilience to move within 2 of the finish. The underdog is firmly in the driver's seat now. Blink and you missed it. This one was over in less than a second to tie it up. Phantom picks him off the window to tie this up. We are headed for a total toss-up here. The best player on the ladder is reclaiming his ground. Vortex survives the scrap to hit match point, continuing this incredible climb after trailing by 4. Unreal. Vortex picks him off the ramp without taking a hit to complete the comeback and take the map. He really shook the ladder today, taking down the #1 seed. Those 2 low HP survivals were the difference. What a match. Welcome to Dunes. Havoc takes on the favorite Vortex in today's Berserk League duel. Let's see who wins. Vortex leads the head-to-head with 710 wins over Havoc. He also took their most recent encounter, so he's currently playing with a psychological edge. The question is if Havoc's map history is enough to flip the script. Havoc surges ahead, leading Vortex 2-1. The rank 6 player is flipping the script on the favorite. He doesn't even take a hit, 3 in a row for Havoc. Vortex is usually the clear favorite in this pairing. Vortex answers back immediately, taking the round without taking a single hit. Havoc takes him from the box to push the lead to 4-2. The rank 6 player is really challenging the favorite here. Havoc is currently sitting at a 57% win rate on this map. It's a strong historical advantage that seems to be offsetting the gap between their positions on the ladder. The question is whether Vortex can find a way to neutralize that edge before the lead grows. Vortex catches him clean to keep the score at 6-3. Our rank 3 player is reminding everyone why he's the favorite. He doesn't take a scratch, making it 2 in a row as he fights back into this. He's playing like a top 3 player on the ladder right now. Havoc takes him from the box and these rounds are ending in a blink. Gone in a blink and he keeps the lead. Havoc leads 7-5 at the break. This is a genuine surprise given Vortex entered as the clear favorite. Havoc is using that 57% map win rate to keep the upper hand as we switch sides. Side swap time for a reset. He doesn't take a single hit, showing real resilience as he chips away at the lead. The ladder's top 3 player is refusing to let this slide. Havoc strikes back to make it 8-6. Coming off a 13-8 win over Phantom earlier today. He doesn't take a scratch, showing great resilience to keep this comeback alive at 8-7. Vortex is just trying to reclaim the status of the favorite. He doesn't take a hit, erasing the lead to tie this up at 8-8. The ladder's top 3 player is completely resetting the pace. He knocks him off the box without taking a hit, making it 3 straight. Our top 3 player is reclaiming control of the server. Havoc snaps the run and levels the score at 9-9. The top quartile player refuses to let the favorite pull away. Havoc pulls ahead 10-9 to seize the momentum. Vortex is seeing a mirror of his 13-9 loss to Havoc earlier. Vortex doesn't take a scratch to level the score at 10-10, showing real grit in this comeback. Gone in under 2 seconds. We're seeing a real tug of war here. Neither player can put together a streak to seal this. A longer fight this time, but he gets the kill. Whoa, a total scrap. Havoc survives by a threat to reach match point 12-10. Unreal. He survives on a sliver of health to take the lead. Boom. He knocks him off the box to win it all. He really played the underdog role perfectly here. That map history proved way too much for Vortex to overcome. What a fight. Welcome to Orange. Phantom and Havoc face off today, with the favorite looking to bounce back and take the win. Phantom catches Havoc right on the ramp to start things off fast. Our number one player on the ladder starts strong. Phantom leads the head-to-head with 860 wins over Havoc. He historically owns this matchup, and the current scoreline shows he's ignoring that recent loss to Havoc to reclaim his territory. The question is whether Havoc can find a way to disrupt this start. We're deadlocked at 2 apiece between Phantom and Havoc, coming off a fresh 13-8 win over him earlier today. Both players hit each other hard, but he survives the exchange. That's 3 in a row. The best player on the ladder is struggling to answer back. Phantom answers back with a clean kill to tie it at 3-3. The best player on the ladder proves why he's rated first. Phantom nudges ahead 4-3 to seize the momentum. Under a second for that kill. Untouched. He makes it 3 in a row to lead 5-3. The favorite is asserting his authority here. Havoc snaps the run with a clean kill to keep it close at 5-4. Havoc is playing with a lot of confidence after those 2 recent wins. Phantom is sitting on a 23-12 record over the last 24 hours, showing a much stronger day overall than Havoc. While Havoc has the recent win over him, the general form is leaning toward the favorite. We'll see if Havoc can actually sustain this challenge. 6-6 at the half. This is tracking exactly as expected. Phantom is the favorite, but Havoc is keeping him honest. Both players traded 3-round streaks to keep this deadlocked heading into the switch. Side swap time for a reset. Phantom edges ahead 7-6 to break the tie. The best player on the ladder is asserting that gap now. Phantom pushes it to 8-6, widening the gap. The top-rated guy on the ladder is taking control. He doesn't even take a hit, 3 in a row for Phantom to lead 9-6. Havoc's 15-21 run over the last day is weighing on him. Phantom catches him from the ramp to make it 4 in a row. The gap between rank 1 and 6 is showing here. Both players land heavy shots, but Havoc survives the trade to snap the run. Wow, he survives that trade with just 48 HP. Phantom is pulling away now. A 4-round lead puts him in a great spot to close this out quickly. Phantom shuts him down without taking a hit. Match point. Exactly the result expected from the favorite. Boom, he doesn't take a single hit to close it out and take the map. He just completely owns this matchup. Havoc tried to keep it tight, but the head-to-head history is just too lopsided. Welcome to Berserk League. Phantom and Vortex meet on Italy, where the favorite looks to secure a win. Phantom holds a 60% win rate in their head-to-head history, but that long-term edge isn't showing up here. Vortex actually took their most recent meeting, and he seems to have the upper hand in this specific matchup today. The question is whether the top player on our ladder can flip the script. Vortex leads 2-1 as Phantom fights to stay alive. The best player on our ladder is fighting back. Whoa, that was instant. Phantom just erased Vortex in less than a second to take the lead. He doesn't even take a hit. 3 in a row for Phantom. The best player on our ladder is asserting himself. Vortex breaks the run, leveling the score at 3-3. Phantom, the best player on our ladder, is under pressure. Vortex regains the edge, leading 4-3. The favorite isn't finding that usual edge here. Vortex doesn't take a single hit, making it 3 in a row. Phantom is struggling despite being the highest rated guy on the ladder. Phantom takes a few seconds to find the mark, but finishes the job without taking a hit. Coming off a strong 13-7 win against Havoc earlier today. Total deadlock. Phantom and Vortex are tied 5-5. Phantom is currently 24-12 over the last day. He doesn't take a scratch. 3 in a row for Phantom right before the break. Fastest kill of the streak by far. Phantom leads 7-5. The underdog is defying the pre-match expectations here, using a 66% map win rate to keep Vortex off balance. We'll see if the favorite can close this gap after the switch. Sides, swap. Let's see the reset. Phantom is currently 24-12 in the last 24 hours. And that momentum is carrying over into this second half. He's playing far above the typical expectations for this matchup, where the betting outlook usually favors the other guy. The question is whether Vortex can find a way to break this run. Both players trade heavy damage, but Vortex survives the scrap to make it 2 in a row. Barely survived that one with 47 health. Unreal. He doesn't take a single hit to make it 3 in a row, leveling this at 8-8. He answers back immediately without taking a hit, reclaiming the lead at 9-8. Phantom picks him up from the wine to put a 2-round cushion between them. Phantom, the best player on the ladder, is taking over. Boom! He doesn't take a scratch to make it 3 in a row, pushing the lead to 11-8. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 4 in a row, and it's match point for Phantom. The favorite is finally playing to his seat. Boom. He finishes him without taking a hit to win 5 straight and take the map. He just couldn't let Vortex keep that momentum going. Phantom proves why he's sitting at the top of the ladder. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. Havoc and Vortex take on Mappas, where the favorite faces a tough test today. Vortex leads the head-to-head with 710 wins over Havoc. Despite that historical edge, Vortex is currently on a 2-match losing streak and struggling to contain him today. We have to see if the favorite can reverse that trend. Three in a row for Havoc, who's now completely taken over the early stages. Vortex rank 4 on the ladder is feeling the pressure. Boom, Vortex snaps that run with a clean kill to make it 3-1. The favorite is finally starting to show why he's ranked 4th. Another one for him, he's showing real resilience to cut the lead to 3-2. Exactly what you expect from the favorite when he settles in. Havoc pushes back to 4-2, stalling that momentum. He's coming off that 13-10 win against him earlier today. Havoc is sitting at 15-20 in the last 24 hours, but he's playing some of his best shots of the day right now. He's effectively neutralizing the gap on the ladder to put the favorite in a hole. The question is whether Vortex can find a way to flip the script before this gets out of hand. Messy exchange where both players landed hits, but Vortex survives to make it 2 in a row. Rough way to go down after that mutual damage. Unreal, he doesn't even take a hit, erasing that lead to tie it up at 5-5. Havoc takes it without taking a hit, reclaiming the lead before the break. Clean wrap to end the half. Havoc leads 7-5. The underdog is defying the pre-match script and playing the better half. Vortex wins 55% of their head-to-head matches, but he can't stop Havoc from grabbing the lead here. Side swap. Vortex needs a reset. Havoc catches him from the ramp to keep this run alive. Havoc rank 6 is playing like the one in control. Vortex knocks him off the ramp, showing real grit to keep this comeback alive. The rank 4 player is refusing to let this slip. Havoc strikes again to stretch his lead to 9-6. Fast exchange and he comes out of it completely untouched. Vortex doesn't take a single hit here, continuing to claw back into this match. Just a quick reminder, he's ranked 4 on the ladder. Havoc catches him right off the ramp to push this lead to 3. He's making that recent 13-10 victory look like a pattern. Vortex keeps fighting, absorbing a hit, but coming out on top to make it 10-8. Tight exchange, but he managed to scrape through with 74 left. He doesn't even take a hit here, snapping the streak to bring it to 10-9. The favorite is finally playing like the higher rated player. Unreal, he wipes him out and levels the score at 10-10, taking 3 straight. Total reset, we're back to a dead. Both players trade hits, but he survives the exchange to make it 4 in a row. Rough way to drop, leaving him with just 48 left. Havoc wins the trade-off from the ramp to tie it up at 11-11. A total toss-up now, despite Vortex being the clear favorite. Whoa, a total bloodbath that he barely survives to reach match point at 12-11. Insane survival there. Barely hanging on with 20 HP. Boom, he closes it out with 3 in a row to take the map. He just couldn't close the gap against the underdog. Havoc takes 2 in a row today against the rank 4 player. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League. Phantom and Havoc face off on fast aim with the favorite looking for another win. Both of them fought for the ramp, but Phantom was just a hair faster to the trigger. The best player on the ladder starts things off strong. Phantom holds a 64% win rate in their head-to-head history. He also took their most recent meeting in a convincing fashion. So Havoc is fighting an uphill battle against the trend here. The question is whether Havoc can actually disrupt that pattern today. Havoc takes it from the ramp to tie this up. We've got a dead heat early on. Phantom, best player on the ladder, can't shake him yet. Havoc picks him off the ramps to keep this run going. He's really starting to pull away here. Coming off that 13-8 win against Vortex earlier. Phantom picks him off the ramp to take a one-round lead. These exchanges are happening in a blink. The number one guy on the ladder gets his footing back. Havoc takes him from the ramp to extend the lead. He's putting a lot of pressure on the favorite here. Rank 6 is playing like he belongs at the top today. Havoc takes him from the ramp. He's really starting to build some momentum here. Cut it close with only 50 HP left there. Phantom picks him off the toolbox. We've got a one-round game here, completely wide open. Quick exchange there, but he survives with just 33 HP. Havoc wins the duel on the ramp to push this lead to 2. He's really starting to pull ahead. The underdog is flipping the script on the favorite here. Phantom picks him off the ramp to tie it up. We're looking at a complete toss-up here. Clean hit there, taking it in under 3 seconds. 6 at the break. This is tracking with expectations as Phantom remains the slight favorite despite the even score. Havoc is holding his own against the player with a 67% win rate on this map. Switch sides, clean slate. Havoc edges ahead, 7-6 to grab a slim lead. Havoc is fighting through a tough 16-20 days so far. Phantom picks him off the ramp. We're back to a dead heat and these rounds are ending in a blink. Phantom picks him off the blanks. He's putting together a nice run here to pull ahead. The best player on the ladder is asserting his authority. He knocks him off the wine box to make it 3 in a row. Just over 2 seconds to shut that door. Catches him from the toolbox to bring this within 1. Havoc coming off a strong 13-11 win against Vortex earlier. Phantom is sitting on a 23-12 record over the last day. He is playing much more consistently than Havoc, who has been fighting a losing record since yesterday. The question now is if Havoc has any answer for this current form. Boom. He wipes him out without taking a hit, reaching match point with 3 in a row. Insane. That's the fastest kill of the entire match. Game over. He shuts him down off the ramp to take it 13-8. He just continues to own this matchup. Havoc pushed him early, but the number one guy is too consistent. Welcome to Redline. Phantom and Vortex face off now with the favorite looking to keep their momentum going. Phantom has a 60% win rate in their head-to-head history. He's coming in as the best player on our ladder, and he's already beaten Vortex earlier today. The question is if Vortex can find a way to flip the script here. Whoa, both players trade heavy damage in a total bloodbath, but Vortex scrapes through with a sliver of health to make it 2-1. Phantom catches him from the Tetris to push the lead to 3-1. The best player on our ladder is asserting his authority early. Vortex claws back to keep it 3-2 for Phantom. That was lightning fast gone in just over a second. Phantom pulls ahead 4-2, putting the squeeze on Vortex. Vortex is still reeling from a 3-loss streak in his last 10. Phantom is sitting on a 24-12 record in the last 24 hours. He's playing some of the best A-game we've seen all day, while Vortex has spent most of his recent matches on the losing end. It is becoming a question of whether Vortex can even find a way to break this momentum. Vortex wins a quick exchange to bring it to 6-3. Vortex is currently sitting at rank 4 on the ladder. Phantom takes him from the ramp to push the lead to 7-3. He's coming off a 13-8 win over Havoc just now. Phantom surges to 8-3, leaving Vortex in the dust. Vortex has struggled with a 3-loss streak in his last 10. Phantom leads 8-4. He was the underdog coming in, but he's currently flipping the script on the favorite. Phantom's 58% win rate on Redline is showing as he takes a firm grip on this match. Side swap. Vortex needs a Vortex picks him off the ramp to keep this 2-round streak alive. Phantom is still the best player on our ladder. Vortex cleans him up from the ramp, showing real resilience to keep this comeback alive. 2 quick wins in a row to chip away at that lead. Phantom halts the slide to make it 9-6. Vortex has a tough run going with 3 straight losses recently. Phantom strikes again to stretch his lead to 10-6. Vortex is struggling, coming off a 7-9 day. Vortex is refusing to go away, keeping this much closer than the betting favorites would suggest. Vortex is fighting to avoid another loss to him today. Vortex doesn't even take damage here, snapping back to make it 10-8 as he continues this climb. Phantom answers right back. He's not letting that comeback get any closer. Matching the result of their last meeting on AIM Italy P. Vortex catches him from the ramp to keep this comeback alive, making it 11-9. A bit more drawn out this time, but he gets the result. Phantom catches him from the Tetris to reach match point 12-9. The favorite is stepping back up when it counts. Vortex knocks him off the ramp to keep this comeback alive, making it 12-10. A bit more patient on this exchange, but he gets the result. Both players land heavy hits, but Vortex survives the exchange to make it 12-11. Insane. He's completely erased that lead. Unreal. He knocks him off the ramp to tie it at 12-12, forcing overtime. A complete reversal of fortune to force the extra frames. Boom. Phantom shuts him down without taking a single hit to take the match. 13-12. Wow, a clean sweep to end it right there. Vortex deletes him from the ramp to tie it at 13-13, refusing to let this comeback die. Insane. A 5-second scrap to force this dead heat. Phantom takes him from the ramp. These two are trading rounds back and forth in a total deadlock. Highest rated guy on the ladder refusing to let it slip. Phantom wipes him off the ramp to take a 15-13 lead. Clean kill, ending that comeback bid in under 3 seconds. The favorite is finally closing the door on this one. Booming. Boom, boom. He doesn't take a single hit to close it out. Phantom takes the map. Vortex really pushed him to the limit in overtime, but he just couldn't shake that head-to-head curse. He had to work for that. What a match. Welcome to the arena. Havoc takes on Vortex in this one, with the favorite looking for a strong win. Vortex leads the head-to-head 710-571 across a massive sample size, but he is currently struggling with a 4-loss streak. Havoc just beat him 13-11 in their most recent meeting, so he has the mental edge right now. The question is if Vortex can snap that skid here. Havoc pushes ahead 2-1 as Vortex fights to stay alive. The favorite is struggling to find an answer here. Havoc picks him off from heaven, putting the favorite in a real hole early on. The rank 4 guy is struggling to push back. Vortex picks him right off the Tetris to tie this thing up. Our rank 4 guy is trying to reclaim his spot on the ladder. We're all square at 3 apiece for Havoc and Vortex. Our rank 4 guy is showing that map edge here. Untouched. He makes it 3 in a row to take the lead, 4-3. Our rank 4 guy is finally playing to his rating. Vortex catches him from the boost, making it 4 in a row. The top 7% player is finally asserting himself. Unreal. He doesn't even take a hit, making it 5 in a row. 1 second and he's gone. Havoc answers back without taking a hit, showing real resilience to make it 4-6. The underdog is refusing to go away quietly. Vortex picks him off from heaven, pulling ahead by 3 rounds. He's currently the rank 4 guy on the ladder. Vortex leads 8-4 at the break. This half went exactly as expected, with the favorite utilizing his 55% win rate on this map to pull away. Now we see if Havoc can close that gap on the switch. Side swap, fresh start. Wow, both players get shredded in a total bloodbath, but he claws it out with just 14 HP left. Insane, barely hanging on to survive that one. Havoc is sitting at 16-19 in the last 24 hours, while Vortex has a rougher day with a 7-10 record. Vortex is managing to push through despite that poor form, but the question is whether Havoc can leverage his better day to mount a comeback. Vortex hits 10, leaving Havoc trailing by 4. He's currently the rank 4 guy on the ladder. Havoc picks him off from the Tetris, cutting the lead down to 3. Our rank 6 guy trying to flip the script here. Vortex catches him right off the ramp. These rounds are over in a blink. Blink and you missed it, gone in just over a second. Vortex catches him from the ramp to reach match point, snapping the streak. The slight favorite is just too consistent here. Havoc knocks him off the box without taking a hit, keeping the dream alive at 8-12. Clean pick, didn't even let him react on that box. Boom, he doesn't take a single hit to close this out and win the map. He finally snaps that 4-game skid. Vortex gets his momentum back and proves why he's the higher seed here. Welcome to Berserk League. Phantom and Havoc face off on Italy, with the favorite looking to keep their streak alive. Phantom holds a 64% win rate in their head-to-head history. He's the best player on our ladder, yet he just dropped the opening round to a teammate who struggled today. The question is whether Havoc can actually sustain this upset. Phantom takes him from the wine to keep this close. We're right back to a toss-up. The best player on our ladder is starting to wake up. Havoc surges to 3-1, leaving Phantom reeling. Coming off a tough 8-13 loss to him earlier today, Havoc dominates 4-1, leaving Phantom in a deep hole. That was a blink and you miss it, kill. Havoc doesn't miss a beat, 3 in a row, and he takes no damage. Coming off a tough 8-13 loss to him on fast aim. He just can't be stopped. That's 4 in a row for Havoc. Our number 1 on the ladder is completely stunned. He doesn't even take a hit. 5 in a row, and he's now up 7-1. Havoc is playing way above his 48% all-time win rate here. He picks him off the wine without taking a hit. 6 in a row. Our number 1 on the ladder is in a total tailspin. He just won't stop. That's 7 in a row for Havoc. Havoc is flipping the script on the favorite here. Phantom snaps the round with a clean kill just before the break. He's coming off a 23-12 run over the last day. Havoc leads 9-3. This is a shock start against the top-rated player on the ladder. Havoc just put together a 7-round win streak to flip the expected script on Phantom. Phantom needs a total reset here. Phantom has a 66% win rate on this map, and we're seeing that historical edge finally kick in. He's already beaten Havoc 13-8 in their most recent encounter, so he knows exactly how to close this gap. The question is if Havoc can stop this slide before the lead vanishes. Havoc is just closing the door here. 2 quick wins in a row, and the finish line is in sight. He's taking this over despite being ranked 6 on the ladder. Whoa, that was instant. These rounds are ending in a blink, and Phantom is speeding up. Phantom picks him off Tetris from the wine. He's chipping away at this lead now. The best player on the ladder is finally asserting that gap. He catches him from the wine for 3 in a row, making it 7-11. Havoc is currently 16-20 over his last few matches today. Both players land heavy hits, but Havoc survives the scrap to reach match point. Insane survival there, barely hanging on with 47 HP. Phantom plucks him off the Tetris without taking a hit, denying match point. Wow, just a complete erasure of that match point. He makes it 2 in a row, keeping this alive while Havoc sits on match point. The clear favorite is finally fighting back. Unreal. He catches him from the wine for 3 in a row, continuing this climb. Boom. Havoc takes it from the Tetris to win the map. He just took down the number 1 player on the ladder. Phantom fought back hard, but it wasn't enough. What a match. Welcome to Orange. Phantom and Vortex face off now, with the favorite looking to secure another win. Phantom enters this with a 60% head-to-head win rate over Vortex. He's the best player on our ladder, but he's coming off a close loss to Havoc just an hour ago. We have to see if he can shake that off and reclaim his edge here. He doesn't even take a hit. 3 in a row for Vortex. The best player on the ladder is getting outplayed early. Finally, Phantom answers back to break the run and keep this fight alive. The favorite is finally starting to push back. Untouched again. He makes it 2 in a row to keep this comeback alive. The ladder's top player is finally flipping the script. Unreal. He's won 3 straight to wipe out the deficit and tie it at 3-3. The ladder's highest rated player just clawed his way back. Vortex shuts it down clean to reclaim the lead. 4-3. Quickest kill of the match so far. Vortex is playing like the favorite here. Both players take heavy damage, but Phantom survives the scramble to tie it at 4-4. Absolute slugfest to get this back to even. He doesn't even take a hit, breaking the streak to take a 5-4 lead. Cleanest kill he's had all match. The favorite is finally asserting that ladder gap. Boom. He doesn't take a single hit to make it 3 in a row. 1 second was all he needed for that one. Vortex answers back to keep it tight at 6-5 before the break. Tough break for the favorite to end that run right before the half. 6 at the break. This is a total toss-up, defying the expectation that Vortex would run away with it. Phantom is playing to his 60% head-to-head win rate here, keeping the favorite from pulling ahead. Side swap, fresh start. Vortex edges ahead 7-6 in this absolute nail-biter. Phantom is the best player on the ladder, but he's struggling here. Vortex is playing an 8-10 record over the last 24 hours, but he's completely flipped the script in this specific match. He's now won 4 straight against the top player on the ladder, and the question is whether Phantom has any answer for this run. Both players hit each other, but he survives the scrap to tie it at 8-8. Messy trade, but he survived with just 48 health. Vortex snaps the lead, 9-8 in a dead heat. Vortex is playing like the favorite in this one. Whoa! He doesn't take a single hit to tie this up at 9-9, showing serious resilience. The highest rated player on the ladder is refusing to stay down. Vortex strikes first to edge ahead, 10-9. Vortex is playing like he did in that 13-8 win over Havoc. Insane. He doesn't take a hit to tie this up at 10-10, continuing this gritty comeback. Pure reflex battle that was barely 2 seconds. Wow, a total bloodbath where he barely survives to take the lead 11-10. Barely clung to that one with 21 health. These rounds are ending in a heartbeat. 1 blink and it's over. Gone in a blink, just over 1 second. Clean hit. Phantom stays untouched to reach match point after that gritty climb back. The ladder's highest rated player finally has the momentum. Vortex denies the finish with a clean kill to tie it at 12-12. We are headed to overtime. Vortex is carrying this momentum into the first OT, putting the pressure right back on Phantom. A much longer scramble that time, but he closes it out. Ike's a total scrap where he barely survives with 21 health to make it 3 in a row. He's playing the role of the favorite here. Vortex snaps around and makes it 4 in a row. He's at match point. The underdog is completely dismantling the ladder's top seed here. He breaks the run. Phantom stays alive to keep this comeback rolling. Fastest kill of the overtime, so the ladder's top seed is refusing to let this slip. Unreal. A total slugfest where he barely survives with 17 health to keep this comeback alive. 2 in a row for him after a desperate scramble. Game over. He survives the trade to take the win. 16-14. He just knocked off the #1 player in the world in overtime. Phantom barely scraped through those low HP scraps, but it wasn't enough. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League. Havoc and Vortex face off on Mapas, where the favorite looks to keep their lead. Wow, Havoc barely survives that one, knocking Vortex off the ramp with a sliver of health left. Vortex usually holds the edge in this matchup. Vortex catches Havoc right on the ramp, and he does it in just over 2 seconds. He's the higher rated player on the ladder for a reason. Vortex leads the head-to-head with 711 wins over Havoc. He also took their most recent meeting with a comfortable victory, so he's playing with a lot of confidence right now. The question is whether Havoc can break that psychological edge before this gap widens. Vortex pushes ahead, 3-2, putting the pressure on Havoc. Just over a second for that kill. Havoc picks him up from the ramp, and we've got a dead heat. It's 3-3. Havoc is currently ranked 6 on the ladder. Vortex grabs the lead for free and smells blood. Vortex rank 4 on the ladder, remains the favorite here. Vortex extends the gap to 5-3, totally in control. Coming off a recent 13-8 win against him. He snaps the streak, 3 in a row for Vortex, extending the lead to 6-3. The favorite is asserting himself here. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 4 in a row for Vortex. Coming off a 16-14 win over Phantom earlier. Havoc cuts the run short with a clean kill just before the break. Quick reflex win there, just over a second. Vortex leads 8-4 at the break. Everything is playing out as expected with the favorite using a 4-round streak to build this cushion. Havoc needs to tighten up to close this gap. Side swap time for a reset. Vortex picks him right off the ramp to push this lead to 5 games. He's the top 7% player on the ladder for a reason. Havoc picks him up from the ramp and keeps this series from sliding away. Coming off a 13-10 win over Phantom earlier today. Havoc is playing 15-20 in the last 24 hours. And he's showing that same persistence here by chipping away at this lead. He's already managed the victory against Phantom today, so he knows how to close out these sets. The question is whether he can actually flip the script on the favorite. He wins the exchange and moves to 10 rounds. Quick response there to stop the momentum shift. Both players trade heavy damage, but he digs deep to secure the win and keep this comeback alive. Insane trade, but he claws back the lead just enough. Both players take heavy hits here, but he pushes through to make it 9-10. Both fights just went way longer than usual. Vortex puts a stop to that run with a lightning fast kill. He's pulling away just as Havoc looked ready to strike. Both players land heavy hits, but Havoc survives the exchange to keep this comeback moving. Whoa, that's another one where he survives on a prayer. Vortex knocks him off the ramp to reach match point. Man, that was a long fight compared to the last few. Exactly what you expect from the favorite in a tight spot. Boom, Vortex doesn't take a single hit to close it out and take the map. Havoc threw everything he had at him in that comeback, but he just couldn't flip the lifetime script. He had to work for that. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. Phantom and Havoc meet on red line where the favorite looks to secure another win. Phantom picks him right off the ramp to start things off. The best player on the ladder starts this one strong. Havoc catches him right on the ramp to even things up. He's actually coming off a 13-10 win against him. Phantom takes him from the ramp, and these rounds are ending in a blink. The best player on the ladder asserting his status. Phantom holds a 64% win rate in their overall head-to-head history. He's effectively erasing the memory of that recent loss to Havoc by putting on a clinic here. The question is whether Havoc can find a way to disrupt this pace. Phantom knocks him right off the boxes to extend that lead. The top player on the ladder showing why he's rated first. Phantom catches him right there on the ramp to push the lead to 6-2. Havoc's been active today, but he's sitting at 15-21 overall. He doesn't even take a hit! 3 in a row for Phantom. Barely 3 seconds in and it's over. Havoc fights through a scrap to break the run, pulling it back to 3-6. He barely survived that one with 44 HP. Havoc top quartile on the ladder refuses to fade. Whoa, he survives a total scrap to make it 2 in a row. Havoc just refuses to go away. Insane, he's barely scraping by with 21 HP. Phantom is 23-13 in the last 24 hours, and that consistency is showing through. He's coming off a tough loss to Vortex just before this. So he's likely playing with a chip on his shoulder here. Let's see if Havoc can disrupt that focus. Phantom leads 8-4. This half follows the script, with the favorite controlling the pace. As expected, Havoc is keeping it competitive, but Phantom's 58% win rate on redline is playing out in real time. Side swap time for a reset. Phantom snaps him right off the box, and he's really pulling away here. The best player on the ladder is firmly in control. Phantom hits 9, leaving Havoc trailing by 4. Under a second, just a total blink. Havoc catches him right there on the ramp. He's now won 3 straight to chip away at his lead. The rank 6 player is challenging the top spot here. Phantom snaps him right off the ramp, killing that little run Havoc had going. The favorite is holding his ground here. Phantom's moving fast now. These rounds are ending in a blur, leaving Havoc with 0 room to breathe. He doesn't take a single hit to break the streak. Match point for Phantom at 12-6. Clean kill. Not a single bullet touched him. Boom. Phantom knocks him off the ramp to win it all. 4 in a row to close. He just completely takes over that head-to-head history. Havoc fought back a few times, but he couldn't stop that run. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. Phantom and Vortex face off on Dunes, where the favorite looks for a strong win. Phantom holds a 60% win rate in their head-to-head history, but that historical edge is clashing with current form. Vortex just beat Phantom in their most recent meeting, and he looks to carry that confidence into this series. The question is whether our top-rated player can flip the script. Vortex leads 2-1, putting the pressure on Phantom. Whoa, a sub-second kill to keep this close. Vortex is starting to pull away here, putting the #1 seed on the defensive early. The best player on the ladder is struggling to find answers. Vortex surges to 4-1, leaving Phantom reeling. The favorite is playing like the underdog here. Phantom digs in to break the run, cutting the lead to 2-4. The highest rated guy on the ladder is finally starting to respond. Phantom has been 23-13 over the last 24 hours, yet he's struggling to impose that form here. He's facing a Vortex who has won 3 straight matches across his recent history. It's a question of whether Phantom can stop this slide before the gap grows. Vortex hits 6-2, completely dominating the pace now. Phantom is the best player on the ladder, but it's not showing. Vortex snaps the comeback and keeps it rolling with 3 in a row. Vortex is playing like the favorite here. That's 4 in a row for Vortex, pushing the lead to 8-2. Second reaction to keep the momentum rolling. Phantom snaps the run with a clean hit just before the break. Second reaction to keep things interesting. Vortex leads 9-3 at the break. This half tracks the pre-match expectations perfectly as the favorite puts the top seed in a deep hole. Vortex used a 4-round streak to blow the game open early. Side swap, Phantom needs a reset. Vortex hits 10-3, leaving Phantom with a mountain to climb. He's currently on a 3-win streak across his recent history. Phantom makes it 4-10, but Vortex still controls this. Survived that one with just 32 HP. Vortex is just 2 rounds away from closing this out. Phantom is running out of time to make a move. Vortex is playing like the favorite, just as he did in their last meeting. Boom. A clean hit in 1 second puts Vortex at match point. Fast hands there to shut down any hope of a run. Unreal. He doesn't even take a hit in under a second to take the map. He just completely ignored the map history here. Phantom's long-term edge meant nothing against that kind of form. Welcome to Italy. Havoc and Vortex face off today, with the favorite looking to keep their streak alive. Vortex leads the head-to-head with 712 wins over Havoc. That historical edge is showing up right now, especially since Vortex already beat Havoc in their most recent meeting today. The question is if Havoc can break that trend early. Havoc picks him off the Tetris to tie this up at 2 apiece. The rank 6 guy is refusing to fold here. Vortex takes him right off the Tetris, extending that lead to 3-1. Vortex is riding a 4-win streak in his last 10. Vortex pulls ahead 4-1, completely dominating the pace. Coming off a strong 13-4 win over Phantom earlier today. Havoc doesn't budge, taking a clean win to keep this comeback alive at 4-3. Clean win, just under 2 seconds. Vortex takes him right off the wine, pushing the lead to 5-2. The top 5 player on the ladder is asserting his authority. Havoc can't find a way through, and Vortex picks him off the flowers to extend the lead to 6-2. He's playing like the favorite in this one. He doesn't even take a hit, making it 3 in a row for Vortex. The rank 3 guy is just playing his role here. Unreal, he survives on just 13 HP to make it 4 in a row. Insane, barely clinging on to keep this run alive. Whoa, he survives a total bloodbath from the wine to make it 5 in a row. Another nail biter surviving on just 20 HP. Vortex leads 9-3. This is exactly how the matchup looked on paper, with the favorite taking full control of the map. Vortex holds a 55% head-to-head win rate over Havoc, and he's playing right to that number. Side swap, Havoc needs a reset. Havoc is sitting at 15-20 in the last 24 hours, so he's had a tough run of games today. He's fighting against that slump right now to chip away at this lead. The question is whether he can actually turn this into a full comeback. Vortex stretches it to 10-5, just cruising now. The rank 3 guy is seeing some resistance here. Havoc puts together 3 straight wins to cut this lead down to 4. The momentum is shifting. The underdog is flipping the script on the favorite here. Vortex shuts that door quickly, halting the momentum and pushing the lead back to 5. Rank 3 on the ladder, keeping his composure here. Vortex shuts it down in 0.3 seconds, putting himself on match point at 12-6. Boom. He doesn't take a single hit to close it out and take the map. He just had his number all day. Havoc tried to claw back, but he couldn't stop that run. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. Phantom and Havoc face off on fast aim, with the favorite looking for another win. Phantom leads the head-to-head with 863 wins over Havoc, including a convincing victory in their last meeting. Despite their history, Phantom is the best player on our ladder and is currently struggling to keep pace. The question is whether he can shake off this slow start. Phantom takes him from the ramp to keep this streak alive. Our top-rated player is asserting his authority here. Total scramble on the ramp, but Havoc comes out on top to take the lead. He's fighting for a tough 15-21 day so far. Havoc pushes to 3-2, keeping Phantom under pressure. Quickest kill of the match so far. Unreal, Phantom survives a total bloodbath with just 3 HP to tie it at 3-3. The best player on our ladder refuses to go down. A total scramble on the ramp, but Havoc comes out on top to take the lead. Havoc is playing much better than his recent losses suggest. Havoc catches him right off the ramp to keep this run going. The best player on the ladder is really feeling the pressure. Havoc picks him off from the bricks for 3 in a row, pushing the lead to 6-3. The underdog is flipping the script on the favorite here. He doesn't miss. That's 4 in a row for Havoc, ending the round in under a second. Havoc catches him from the ramp for 5 straight, heading into the break with an 8-3 lead. Wraps the half with a commanding lead. Havoc leads 9-3 at the break. The underdog is completely ignoring the history here, using a 6-round streak to put the world #1 in a hole. Phantom needs a total reset to avoid the upset. Side swap, fresh start. Phantom carries a 67% win rate on this map, showing he historically knows exactly how to navigate these angles. He's now leaning into that experience to fight back after a rough start. The question is if he can actually close the gap before Havoc pulls away. These rounds are ending in a blink. Havoc is just too fast for him right now. Phantom is fighting for every single round now, trying to keep this from becoming a blowout. He's the highest rated guy on the ladder right now. Both of them fight for the ramp, but Phantom comes out on top to keep this comeback alive, coming off that 13-6 win in their last meeting. Havoc doesn't take any damage here, moving to match point at 12-6. The underdog is completely flipping the script on the favorite. Boom. Havoc clears him off the ramp to take the map 13-6. He just completely tore up the history books here. Havoc takes down the #1 player in a huge upset. Welcome to the arena. Phantom and Vortex face off now with the favorite looking to bounce back from a slump. Phantom holds a 60% win rate in their all-time head-to-head history despite that long-term edge. Vortex actually took their most recent meeting in a convincing fashion. The question is whether Phantom can reclaim that historical lead today. He keeps it rolling. 3 in a row for Phantom. The best player on the ladder showing exactly why. Vortex answers back with a clean kill, showing some resilience to make it 3-1. A quick snap to shut that down. The underdog is refusing to go away quietly. He doesn't even take a hit, making it 2 in a row as he claws back into this. The favorite is looking vulnerable right now. Phantom takes it from heaven to keep the lead, preventing Vortex from building any real momentum. The best player on the ladder making a stand. Vortex doesn't even take a hit here, continuing to fight back and narrowing the gap to 4-3. Phantom is sitting at 21-15 in the last 24 hours, but he's actually struggled in his most recent games. He just lost a close one to Havoc and a blowout to Vortex an hour ago. So he's fighting to prove those were just outliers. The question is whether he can actually shake off that slump. Phantom pulls ahead 6-4 to seize the momentum. The best player on the ladder asserting his rank. Vortex doesn't take a single hit here, showing great resilience as we head towards the break. Tied up just before the break. Phantom leads 7-5. Vortex entered as the favorite, but the underdog is currently steering this toward an upset. Phantom is leaning on a 63% win rate on this map to keep the lead. As we switch sides, side swap time for a reset. Vortex deletes him in a second without taking a hit, continuing this gritty climb back into the game. The underdog is playing exactly like he did in that blowout win earlier. Vortex catches him from the ramp to tie this up at 7-7. The favorite is now fighting an uphill battle. Phantom strikes back to lead 8-7 once again. The best player on the ladder refusing to let this slip. He keeps fighting back to tie it at 8-8, showing some real grit. The underdog is effectively erasing the favorite's advantage here. Phantom edges ahead 9-8 to reclaim the lead. Insane speed to deleting him in under a second. Vortex catches him from the ramp to tie it at 9-9, continuing this gritty climb. The underdog is completely flipping the pre-match expectations. Vortex breaks the streak and takes the lead 10-9, barely taking a scratch in that fight. The favorite is now trading for the first time since the break. Another clean kill for Vortex, making it 3 straight as he keeps climbing back into this. The underdog is completely rewriting the script for this series. Boom. That's 4 in a row for Vortex and he's now at match point. The ladder's top-rated player is staring down defeat. Wow, he closes it out from the ramp to take the map, completing the comeback. He just completely shut down the #1 player on the ladder. Phantom's map edge couldn't stop that run. What a fight. Welcome to Redline. Havoc takes on the favorite Vortex in this 1v1 match to see who comes out on top. Vortex leads the head-to-head with 713 wins over Havoc. He also took their most recent meeting in a convincing fashion, which is why he entered this match as the clear favorite. The question is whether Havoc can actually flip the script today. Havoc picks him off the ramp. That's 3 in a row. The number 3 player on the ladder looks completely lost. Untouched, that's 4 in a row for Havoc. The top 5% player can't find an answer. Vortex catches him off the ramp to break the run, making it 4-1. Coming off a strong 13-9 win against Phantom earlier. Havoc pushes it to 5-1. Vortex is reeling. The underdog is completely flipping the script here. Havoc is sitting on a 49% win rate here, meaning he's statistically just as comfortable on this map as Vortex is. It makes this early lead more believable since the map edge is non-existent. We just have to see if that holds up as the match progresses. Havoc takes him from the ramp. These rounds are ending in a blink. Quick exchange, but he secures the lead. Vortex doesn't take a single hit here, showing some real grit to keep this close at 6-4. The favorite is finally starting to stabilize. Havoc takes him from the ramp. He's pulling away and puts a 3-round cushion between them. The top 5% player is struggling to hold the line. Havoc 8, Vortex 4. This is a total shock given that Vortex wins 56% of their head-to-head matchups. The underdog is outplaying the favorite here and holds a comfortable lead going into the switch. Vortex needs a total reset here. Vortex catches him right there on the ramp to keep this within striking distance. The rank 3 player is fighting to reclaim his territory. Havoc hits 9-5, stretching the gap once again. Havoc rank 6 on the ladder is just playing his game. Wow. He knocks him off the ramp and barely survives himself. That's 2 in a row. Insane, he barely walks away from that round. Havoc hits 10-6, leaving Vortex in the dust. That was a blink, and you miss it exchange. Vortex catches him right there on the ramp to keep this momentum moving. He's riding a 6-win streak in his last 10 overall. Vortex picks him off the ramp for 3 in a row, continuing this climb back into the match. The favorite is finally reclaiming the pace of this match. Havoc knocks him off the ramp to break the run, moving it to 11-8. That was a lightning fast exchange. He doesn't take a single hit to bring it to 12-8. Match point for Havoc. The clear favorite is now fighting for his life. Vortex clears him off the ramp to keep this alive at 12-9. The rank 3 player refuses to go quietly. Boom! Havoc shuts the door from the ramp to take the match 13-9. He just completely dismantled the history books today. Havoc takes down the rank 3 player in a huge upset. Welcome to Berserk League. Phantom and Havoc take on Orange with the favorite looking for a strong bounce back. Phantom holds a 64% win rate in their head-to-head history, but he's currently on a 3-match losing streak. He's the best player on our ladder, yet the momentum has shifted toward Havoc after their last meeting. We have to see if the rankings actually matter here. Havoc leads 2-1 and is firmly in control. Phantom is the best player on the ladder, but he's struggling. These rounds are over in a blink. Neither player is giving the other a second to breathe. He's the highest rated guy on the ladder right now. Phantom claws back the lead, making it 3-2. Under 2 seconds, he's just faster right now. He doesn't even take a hit. 3 in a row for Phantom. The favorite's looking much more like the top player on the ladder. Havoc snaps the run with a clean kill, bringing it to 4-3. He's coming off that 13-6 win against him on fast aim. Phantom has a 62% win rate on this map, giving him a clear historical advantage over Havoc. He's also coming off a 21-14 record in the last 24 hours, suggesting he's finally shaking off that cold streak. The question is if Havoc can find a way to disrupt this momentum. Deadlock. Phantom and Havoc are knotted up at 5 apiece. Havoc is playing like the top quartile threat he is. Phantom is starting to pull ahead as we approach the half. The favorite is finally exerting that rank 1 pressure. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. This is playing out exactly as expected, with the rank 1 player holding a slight edge. He used a 3-round streak to pull away late in the half. Side swap, fresh start. Phantom edges ahead, 7-6, keeping the pressure high. Pure speed, that was barely a second. Havoc is playing some of his best games today. Havoc levels it up. We're tied 7-7 now. The underdog is flipping the script on the favorite. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 3 in a row for Havoc to take the lead, 8-7. The rank 6 player is completely ignoring the ladder gap here. On real, he doesn't take a single hit to make it 4 in a row. Whoa, barely a second to end it. Another clean kill. He makes it 5 in a row to lead 10-7. Boom. Phantom snaps that run with a clean kill, showing some real resilience to keep this close at 8-10. He keeps pushing back with another untouched kill, cutting the lead to 9-10. The favorite is finally closing that gap. Havoc just put a stop to that mini run. He's keeping the door shut on the favorite here. Just like that 13-6 result in their last meeting. He shuts down the comeback with a clean kill. Match point for Havoc. The underdog is making the favorite pay for every single round. Boom! He doesn't take a single hit to close it out and take the map. He just completely dismantled the rank 1's map advantage. Havoc's on a roll now, taking 2 in a row against the best. Tough loss for Phantom. Welcome to Berserk League. Phantom and Vortex face off on mapas to see who comes out on top. Phantom holds a 60% win rate over Vortex in their all-time head-to-head. However, that history isn't helping him right now since Vortex just took their most recent meeting. The question is whether the ladder's second best player can reclaim his usual edge here. Vortex catches him from the ramp, taking 3 in a row. Coming off a tough 9-13 loss to Havoc just now. He catches him from the ramp again. That's 4 in a row. Our rank 2 and 3 face off in a tight rating gap. He keeps it rolling with 5 in a row, leaving Phantom completely shut out. The slight favorite is struggling to get a foot in the door. Boom! Phantom snaps the run with a clean hit to make it 1-5. Wow, a sub 2-second kill to flip the momentum. Phantom has a 70% win rate on this map, showing a historical comfort that's finally starting to surface. He's playing against the Vortex, who has struggled here in the past, and those 2 quick rounds suggest the momentum is shifting. We have to wonder if this becomes a blowout. Vortex answers back with a clean hit to make it 3-6. Vortex is typically the clear favorite in this matchup. Vortex extends the lead to 7-3 with that one. Sub 1 second kill to shut that down. Vortex shuts him down without taking a hit, making it 3 in a row before the break. Wraps the first half with a clean look. 3-9. Vortex is playing exactly like the favorite we expected. He used a 5-round streak to blow the game open and ignore Phantom's 70% map win rate. Phantom needs a big shift after the switch. Side swap, fresh start. Phantom claws 1 back, but Vortex leads 9-4. Our rank 2 and 3 are separated by a razor-thin rating gap. Vortex hits 10-4, leaving Phantom with a mountain to climb. Vortex is riding a 60% win rate over his last 10. Vortex snipes him off the boxes to keep the streak alive. Vortex is mirroring that 13-9 victory from their last meeting. Vortex kills him without taking a hit, bringing the score to 12-4 for match point. Clean look to keep the pressure on. Phantom catches him in under a second to stay alive at 5-12. Whoa, a lightning fast reaction to keep this going. Boom, boom, Vortex shuts him down without taking a hit to take the map, 13-5. He just completely ignored that map history to pull off the upset. Phantom had no answer for him today. Welcome everyone. Havoc and Vortex are facing off on Dunes, where the favorite faces a tough test today. Havoc holds a 57% win rate on this map, giving him a clear comfort edge here. He's already coming off a recent win against Vortex, which puts the higher rated player on the back foot. The question is whether Vortex can flip the script this time. Unreal. He doesn't even take a hit, making it 3 in a row. Vortex, rank 3 on the ladder, is struggling to respond. He keeps it rolling. That's 4 in a row for Havoc. Vortex, rank 3 on the ladder, is feeling the pressure. He doesn't even take a hit. 5 in a row for Havoc. The clear favorite is looking completely lost here. He picks him off from the box, making it 6 in a row. Vortex leads the all-time head-to-head despite this start. Finally, Vortex snaps the round with a clean hit to make it 6-2. The favorite finally looks like the top 5% player on the ladder. Vortex leads the all-time head-to-head with 713 wins over Havoc, while Havoc took their most recent encounter. This current run shows Vortex leaning back into that historical edge. The question is if he can keep this momentum to fully erase Havoc's early lead. He's not stopping. 4 in a row for Vortex, who's clawing his way back into this 4 clean kills in a row without taking a single hit. Havoc cuts the run short with a clean hit before the break. He's currently riding a 3-win streak in his last 10 games. Havoc 7, Vortex 5. The underdog is defying the rankings here despite the head-to-head history favoring Vortex. Havoc's 57% win rate on Dunes is showing through. We'll see if the favorite can close this gap after the switch. Sides swap, fresh start. Vortex doesn't take a scratch here, showing real resilience as he narrows the gap to 7-6. Our rank 3 guy is finally playing to his seed. Whoa! Havoc survives with just 4 HP after taking him from the box to make it 8-6. Insane survival, barely hanging on there. Havoc pulls ahead 9-6, putting Vortex in a hole. Coming off that 13-9 victory in their last meeting. He shuts down that run instantly, taking 3 in a row to lead 10-6. The top quartile player is playing like the favorite here. Vortex knocks him off the box to make it 10-7. He's currently riding a 70% win rate over his last 10 games. Havoc is pulling away here, putting a real cushion between himself and the favorite. Rank 6 is playing like the boss here. These rounds are ending in a blink. No one is getting a second chance to react today. Fast exchange decided in just over 2 seconds. Havoc catches him from the box to reach match point 12-8. Boom. A sub 2 second kill to put him in control. Vortex denies him a quick finish with a clean win to keep this alive, 12-9. The higher rated player refusing to go quietly here. Boom! He shuts the door with a clean hit to take the map, 13-9. He just keeps getting the better of the favorite today. Havoc's comfort on Dunes really made the difference. Welcome to Italy. We have Phantom and Havoc facing off, with the favorite looking to get back on track. Havoc catches him right off the wine to start this off. Phantom rank 2 on the ladder needs to wake up. Phantom holds a 64% win rate in their head-to-head history, but he is entering this set on a 5-game losing streak. He's fighting a real slump against the player who just beat him in their most recent meeting. The question is if Phantom can lean on that historical edge to stop the slide. Phantom picks him off on the wine, and now we're completely deadlocked. Our rank 2 player trying to shake off that recent loss to him. Phantom edges ahead 3-2 and takes the lead. Sub 1 second, just a flash and he's gone. Havoc picks him off on the wine to bring this one right back to a tie. Coming off a 39 win over him just now. Havoc picks him off on the wine, and now the momentum has completely shifted his way. The favorite can't seem to find an answer for him today. Back to a deadlock at 4-4 for Phantom and Havoc. The clear favorite finally starting to assert himself. Phantom noses ahead 5-4 to reclaim the lead. Both players staying active today with nearly 20 games each. Wow, he doesn't even take a hit. 3 in a row for Phantom. Under half a second, just a blur. Unreal. He doesn't take a single hit to make it 4 in a row before the break. Clean sweep here as he wraps the... Phantom leads 8-4 at the break. This is playing out exactly as expected with the rank 2 player, using a 5-round streak to shake off his recent slump. He's playing to his 66% win rate on Italy. Side swap, time for a reset. Phantom has a 63% all-time win rate across thousands of matches, and we are seeing that veteran experience take over here. He's playing like the clear favorite now, completely erasing the memory of those recent losses. The question is whether Havoc has any answer left to avoid a blowout. Phantom cruises to 10-5, leaving Havoc in the dust. Havoc is playing his best form of the day. Whoa, a total slugfest. He scrapes by with barely anything left to make it 11-5. Pure chaos. He survives that with almost nothing left. Insane. Both players are shredded in a total war, but he survives to reach match point 12-5. 2 high-tension fights in a row, and he survives both. Havoc shuts him down without taking a hit, keeping the dream alive at 12-6. Rank 2 on the ladder, facing a stubborn opponent. Boom! Phantom deletes him without taking a hit to take the map, 13-6. He completely snaps that losing streak right here. Phantom just proves why he's sitting at rank 2. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. Phantom and Vortex face off on fast aim, where the favorite faces a tough test. Phantom grabs the early lead from the ramp, and he's historically the one who comes out on top here. Vortex catches Phantom right off the ramp to even this up. Vortex is the one usually favored in this matchup. Vortex takes him from the ramp to keep the streak alive. Vortex coming off a 13-5 win over him recently. He picks him off the window from the toolbox. That's 3 in a row. The number 2 guy on the ladder is struggling here. Phantom breaks the round, pulling it back to 2-3. He's the one with the historical edge in this rivalry. Phantom levels it at 3-3. We're all square. Coming off a 13-6 win over Havoc today. Vortex takes him from the ramp. These rounds are ending in a blink lately. 2 of the top 3 on the ladder fighting for every round. Vortex picks him off the ramp. He's starting to pull away here. He's the 3rd highest rated player on the ladder right now. A battle on the ramp, but he outlasts Phantom to make it 3 in a row. The favorite isn't finding any answers right now. He just doesn't miss. That's 4 in a row for Vortex to take a 7-3 lead. Contrary to the pre-match expectations, the favorite is struggling. Phantom knocks him off the toolbox to break the run before the break. A quick 4-second exchange to shake things up before the break. Vortex leads 7-5 at the break. This half is tracking with the pre-match expectations as the favorite holds a slim lead. Phantom has a 67% win rate on this map, so he'll look to use that edge after the switch. Side swap, time for a reset. Phantom holds a 60% win rate in their all-time head-to-head history, yet he's struggling to make that experience count today. Vortex has the mental edge after winning their last meeting by a wide margin, and the current scoreline is reflecting that confidence. The question is whether Phantom can pivot before this slides away. Unreal, Vortex survives with 12 HP to take him off the window and break the streak. Absolute scramble, barely clinging on with that sliver of health. Vortex extends it to 9-6, really pulling ahead now. Phantom rank 2 on the ladder refuses to go away. Vortex hits 10, leaving Phantom trailing by 4. Blink, and you missed it, just 2.5 seconds. Whoa, he knocks him off the toolbox and survives with just 13 HP. Living on the edge with these low HP survivals. Less than a second, Phantom is playing at lightning speed to close this gap. Boom, Phantom is just teleporting across the screen now, cutting the lead to 3 in a heartbeat. Doesn't take any damage. That's 3 in a row as he claws back into this. The slight favorite is finally flipping the script. Vortex shuts down the comeback with a clean kill, putting him at match point. Ladder's 3rd best player just tightened the grip. Boom, Vortex shuts the door on the comeback and takes the map. He really had to scrape for it, barely surviving a couple of those low HP scrambles to seal the deal. Tough loss for Phantom, what a fight. Welcome to the arena. Havoc takes on Vortex today, with the favorite looking to secure another win. Vortex leads the head-to-head with 713 total wins over Havoc. While Havoc took their most recent meeting, our rating puts Vortex in the top 5% of the league. The question is whether that skill gap will play out over the full set. Havoc catches him from the ramp, and we've got a dead heat at 2-all. Our rating has him as the third best in the league. Locked at 2 apiece. Havoc and Vortex are inseparable. The underdog flipping the script after their last meeting. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 3 in a row for Havoc. The ladder has him as the third best in the league. Vortex answers back immediately to tie it up at 3-3. Quickest kill of the match so far. Havoc edges ahead, pulling into a 4-3 lead. He's coming off a tough 6-13 loss to Phantom. Vortex claws back to make it 4-all. Vortex rank 3 on the ladder holds the edge here. Wow, these rounds are over in a blink. Vortex is just starting to pull away here. Insane speed, barely a second for that kill. Havoc takes him from the Tetris. We are back to a dead heat as we approach the half. The underdog keeping things tight despite the favorite's edge. Havoc snatches a slim 6-5 lead as we move on. He's playing the role of spoiler against the favorite here. 6 at the break. Vortex entered this as the clear favorite, but Havoc is refusing to back down. Despite Vortex holding a 55% win rate on this map, the underdog is playing a perfectly even game. Side swap, fresh start. Vortex naps the lead, making it 7-6. Vortex coming off a clean 39 win against Phantom. Havoc picks him off the Tetris to bring us right back to a tie. He's currently sitting as the number 6 player on the ladder. Unreal. Vortex picks him off the box, surviving with just 15 HP to make it 8-7. Pure luck to walk away with that one. Vortex is showing a high level of consistency with an 80% win rate over his last 10 matches. He's playing with a lot of confidence right now, especially after coming off a clean win against Phantom earlier today. The question is if Havoc can find a way to break this momentum. Havoc forces another deadlock, making it 9 apiece. A mirrored result from their last meeting on Blame Dunes. Whoa, a total scrap. He survives the exchange to make it 3 in a row. The underdog completely flipping the pre-match expectations. Insane scrap. He barely survives that exchange to make it 4 in a row, 11-9. Another nail-biter, walking away with only 29 HP. Absolute chaos. He survives a brutal slugfest to make it 5 in a row, putting Havoc at match point. The favorite looks completely lost in this set. Boom, he doesn't take a single hit to close it out. Havoc wins the map. That second half run was the difference maker. Havoc just completely ignored the history and the rankings to pull off the upset. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League. Phantom and Havoc face off on Mappas with the favorite looking to maintain their edge. Wow, Havoc barely survives from the ramp with 16 HP to take the first round. Phantom is the clear favorite on the ladder here. We're taking a quick technical break, but we'll be right back with Phantom and Havoc. And we are back live on Mappas, with Havoc leading 1-0 as the action resumes. Phantom holds a 64% win rate in their head-to-head history. He actually took their most recent meeting quite comfortably, so the question is whether Havoc can break that psychological pattern today. Deadlocked at 2 apiece, Phantom and Havoc are tied. Phantom is still the second highest rated player on the ladder. Havoc is starting to pull away here, taking 3 in a row to seize the lead. Phantom is the second highest rated player on the ladder. He shuts it down quickly, making it 3 in a row for Havoc. Phantom's 70% win rate here isn't reflecting in the score. Havoc catches him from the ramp, making it 4 in a row. The underdog is completely flipping the script here. Boom! Phantom snaps the run with a clean hit, showing some real grit to stay in this quickest exchange of the match so far. He doesn't even take a hit, continuing the climb to bring the score to 4-5. 2 in a row, and both ended in under 3 seconds. Unreal. He wipes out the lead and levels the score at 5-5 with 3 straight wins. Complete reset of the momentum here. He doesn't take a single hit, reclaiming the lead before the break. Insane speed. That was under a 5-7 Havoc. The underdog is defying the odds here, holding the lead despite Phantom's 70% win rate on Mappas. We've seen swings from both sides, but Havoc is currently playing well enough to pull off the upset. Side swap, fresh start. Havoc catches him from the ramp to keep this run going. Rank 5 on the ladder, refusing to fold here. Phantom catches him from the ramp without taking a hit, showing some real resilience to keep this fight alive. The favorite refuses to let the gap widen further. Phantom has won 64% of their all-time head-to-head meetings, but that history isn't helping him right now. He's coming off a tough loss to Vortex just before this, and he seems to be struggling to find a way past Havoc today. The question is whether he can stop the slide before the gap becomes insurmountable. He makes it 2 in a row, continuing to chip away at that early deficit. That one took a bit longer to settle. The ladder favorite is finally closing the gap. Both of them on the ramp, but Havoc comes out on top to hold a 2-round lead. coming off a strong 13-9 win against Vortex just now. He doesn't even take a hit, showing real resilience as he keeps this comeback alive at 9-10. Havoc is fighting to keep his underdog story alive here. Havoc is pushing for the finish here, keeping Phantom at arm's length as the match winds down. Rank 5 on the ladder, putting the pressure on here. Pure speed. He deletes him in under a second without taking a hit, refusing to let this comeback stall. Another clean win for Phantom, who completely erases the lead to tie this up at 11-11. The ladder favorite finally has the momentum back. He takes another one without taking a hit. That's 3 straight for Phantom, and he's now at match point. Game over. He closes it out from the ramp to complete the comeback and take the map. He really had to dig deep to protect that ranking. Havoc pushed him to the absolute limit today. What a fight. Welcome to Orange. Phantom and Vortex face off today, with the favorite looking to secure a win here. Phantom holds a 60% win rate in their head-to-head history, but is currently struggling against Vortex. This is their second meeting of the hour, and the previous match ended in a loss for Phantom. We have to wonder if Vortex has found a way to neutralize him today. Phantom leads 2-1 as Vortex fights to stay alive. Whoa, less than a second to end that. Vortex manages to even this up. We've got a dead heat as we move into round 5. The rank 2 and 3 guys on the ladder fighting for every inch. Phantom pulls ahead 3-2 to regain the lead, coming off that 13-11 win against Havoc. Phantom stretches the gap to 4-2. Rank 2 and 3 on the ladder fighting for every inch. Vortex keeps this tight. We've got a 1-round game as we move into round 8. The rank 3 guy refuses to let the lead slip. Phantom is sitting on a 62% win rate here, which is the clear historical advantage in this pair. While Vortex has played better recently, the ladder shows these two as the top 2 players in the league. The question is whether Phantom can use that rating edge to pull away. Phantom pushes it to 6-4, putting the pressure on. Phantom is sitting at 2016 over the last day. We've gone back and forth for 4 rounds now. Everything is completely leveled as we head into round 12. Clean win there. Didn't even touch his health. Six at the half. Vortex entered this as the favorite, but Phantom is holding his own and keeping the score dead even. He's leaning on a 62% win rate on Orange to stay competitive here. Side swap, fresh start. Phantom edges ahead 7-6 to break the deadlock. Vortex is usually the favorite in this pair. In real, both players are shredded in a total bloodbath, but he survives with just 1 HP to make it 8-6. Insane survival, just a sliver of health left there. He snaps the streak for Vortex with a clean kill. That's 3 in a row. Vortex is coming off a tough 9-13 loss to Havoc. Vortex isn't folding. He doesn't take a single hit here to keep this fight alive at 9-7. Quickest kill of the match so far. Doesn't take a hit here, showing real resilience as he makes it 9-8. The slight favorite is starting to feel the heat. Boom, he erases that lead, completely making it 9-9 and keeping this 3-round run alive. The slight favorite is now fighting from behind in the momentum. Phantom holds the run with a clean kill to lead 10-9. The number 2 guy on the ladder reclaiming his ground. Phantom is putting together a real run here, taking 3 of the last 4 to separate himself. Vortex is struggling after that 9-13 loss to Havoc. He keeps it rolling with 3 in a row, putting Phantom on match point at 12-9. The slight favorite is finally taking control here. Vortex survives a messy trade to keep this fight alive, refusing to let Phantom close it out. Messy exchange, but he manages to scrape through it. Vortex stays composed in a slow burn, taking no damage to keep this comeback alive at 12-11. 2 clean kills in a row for him. Wow, he wipes the slate clean with a perfect kill to force overtime at 12-12. Pure efficiency, barely a second's difference from the last one. Phantom snaps the run and takes it 13-12 to win the match. Wow, just a quick snap to close the door. Wow, just a quick snap to close the door. Phantom is pulling away now, taking 2 in a row to put a real gap between them. The ladder stopped 2 players fighting for the finish. Vortex refuses to go away, weathering a long exchange to take this one without taking a hit. Total shutdown, not a single hit taken there. Boom, boom, boom. He shots him down without taking a single hit to make it 15-13. Clean finish there to seal the deal. Fastest exchange of the last few rounds. A gritty exchange where Vortex survives the trade to keep this comeback alive at 15-14. Scrape through that one with some health to spare. Boom. He closes it out without taking a single hit to take the map 16-14. He really had to dig deep in overtime to get this one. Vortex almost had him, but Phantom keeps that head-to-head lead. He had to work for that. Welcome to Berserk League. Havoc and Vortex take on Italy, where the favored faces a tough test today. Vortex holds a clear lead in their head-to-head history with 713 wins over Havoc. Despite that lifetime edge, Havoc just beat him in their most recent meeting, so the momentum has shifted. The question is whether Vortex can reclaim his usual advantage here. Havoc takes him from the Tetris to move ahead 3-1. Vortex, rank 3 on the ladder, is feeling the pressure. Havoc picks him off the Tetris, moving the lead to 4-1. The favorite is struggling to keep pace here. He walks away barely touched. 3 in a row for Havoc. Vortex, rank 3 on the ladder, is getting outplayed here. Vortex snaps the run with a clean kill, showing some real resilience to pull it back to 4-2. Quickest kill of the match so far. Another for Vortex, continuing his climb back into this game at 4-3. The slight favorite is finally asserting himself. Havoc is currently 16-19 in the last 24 hours, showing a bit of a struggle across his recent matches. He just came off a close loss to Phantom before starting this duel, so this lead represents a needed bounce back. It is now a question of whether Vortex can regain control. Havoc picks him off from the Tetris, extending that lead to 6-4. Vortex, rank 3 on the ladder, is struggling to answer. Havoc pushes it to 7-4, distancing himself further. He's currently rank 6 on the ladder. Havoc leads 7-5. The underdog is defying expectations here, keeping the favorite on his heels for most of the half. Despite Vortex winning 55% of their lifetime head-to-head, Havoc is currently the one in control. Side swap, time for a reset. Havoc strikes again to make it 8-5. Vortex top 5% on the ladder, can't find an answer. Havoc hits 9-5, putting a grip on this. Pure speed on that kill, just 1.6 seconds. He ends it in a second, barely taking a scratch to make it 3 straight. The favorite is completely frozen here. Vortex answers back with a clean hit, bringing it to 10-6. He's currently the number 3 rated player on the ladder. Vortex claws one back, now trailing 10-7. Back-to-back kills in under 2 seconds. He walks away without a scratch. That's 3 straight for Vortex, who's fighting his way back. The slight favorite is finally making this a real contest. Havoc holds the momentum with a clean kill to make it 11-8. Mirroring that 39 result from their last meeting. He shuts down the comeback attempt and hits match point 12-8. Boom! He shuts the door on that comeback attempt. Boom! He doesn't take a single hit and closes it out to take the map. He really played the spoiler here, taking down the higher seed despite that lifetime record favoring Vortex. Havoc's just got his number lately. Welcome to Redline. Phantom and Havoc face off now with the favorite looking to keep their streak alive. Phantom catches him right off the ramp to take the early lead. Phantom rank 2 on the ladder starts strong. Phantom leads the head-to-head 865 to 483, showing a long history of control in this matchup. He also took the win in their most recent meeting, so Havoc is fighting against a very steep historical hill here. The question is if Havoc can actually flip the script today. Phantom's cruising at 3-1, leaving Havoc desperate for a response. Havoc picks him right off the Tetris to tie things up at 3-2. He's currently rank 5 on the ladder. Phantom takes him from the Tetris and these rounds are ending in a blink. Coming off a fresh 16-14 win against Vortex. Phantom edges ahead 4-3, keeping the pressure on. Fast trade there to keep this game tight. Phantom picks him right off the ramp from the Tetris to push the lead to 5-3. The favorite's overall edge on this map is starting to show. Havoc claws back to keep it 5-4. Havoc's been active today, putting up 17-19 so far. Havoc forces a deadlock at 5-5. We're all square. Phantom rank 2 is seeing the underdog flip the script. Phantom picks him right off the ramp to reclaim the lead. Quick snap there to kill that momentum. 6 at the break. This is tracking exactly as expected. Phantom is the favorite, but Havoc is holding his own, with Phantom winning 64% of their career meetings. Havoc needs a strong second half to steal this. Side swap, fresh start. Phantom pulls ahead 7-6 to reclaim the advantage. That was a fast one, just over 2 seconds. He's coming off a 2016 run over the last day. Phantom picks him right off the ramp to put a 2-round gap between them. Consistent with that recent 13-11 win over him on Mapas. Havoc strikes back to make it 8-7 for Phantom. Boom, just 1 second on the clock. Havoc levels it up. We're deadlocked at 8-8. The underdog's definitely flipping the script here. Phantom picks him right off the ramp to pull ahead by 1. He's sitting in the top 2% of the ladder for a reason. Phantom takes him from the ramp to put a 2-round cushion between them. The favorite's overall edge on the ladder is starting to weigh in. Phantom shuts him down from the ramp, making it 3 in a row. Just over 2 seconds again. Barely any time to react. Havoc knocks him off the ramp, showing real resilience to keep this contest alive at 11-9. Tight window there. He barely survived with 41 HP. Havoc knocks him off the Tetris to break that streak and keep fighting back. Whoa, that's a sub 2 second shot. Havoc knocks him off the ramp to tie it up at 11-11. That's 3 in a row. The underdog has completely erased the favorite's advantage. Phantom shuts him down from the ramp to hit match point at 12-11. A bit more of a scrap this time, taking over 5 seconds. Barely survived that one with 51 HP. Boom. Phantom secures it from the ramp to take the map 13-11. He really had to fight for that one, especially with that sub-second reflex shot keeping him ahead. Havoc pushed him to the limit. What a fight. Welcome to the arena. Phantom takes on Vortex in today's duel with the favorite looking for another win. Phantom holds a 60% win rate in the all-time head-to-head. He's the best player on our ladder and won their most recent meeting, so this early lead for Vortex is a bit of a surprise. The question is whether Phantom can lean on that history to flip the script. Phantom picks him right off the boost to keep this close. The best player on the ladder is settling in. Vortex surges ahead 3-1, putting Phantom in a hold. Fastest kill of the match so far. Phantom claws back to 2-3, keeping this tight. Coming off a 13-11 win over Havoc just now. Vortex catches him from the ramp to push this lead to 4 rounds. Vortex is looking for his first win since that 8-13 loss to Havoc. Phantom has a 2016 record in the last 24 hours, keeping him in a strong window of form. Despite that, he's struggling to contain Vortex, who is playing like a man with nothing to lose after a tough run of losses. We have to see if the top player on the ladder can stabilize here. Two in a row for Phantom, who doesn't miss a shot as he chips away at that deficit. 1 second is all he needed there. Vortex still holds a 6-4 edge as we hit 10. Our number 1 on the ladder is feeling the pressure. Phantom keeps fighting back and doesn't take a single hit here before the break. Clean kill to keep this within a single round. Perfect timing to wrap up the first half. Six at the break. Vortex entered as the favorite, but Phantom refuses to let him pull away. He's leaning on a 60% all-time head-to-head win rate to keep this deadlock. We'll see who blinks first on the switch. Fresh start. Let's see who blinks. Vortex edges ahead 7-6 to reclaim the lead. Vortex is playing for his first win since that 8-13 loss to Havoc. Unreal, both players trade heavy damage in a total bloodbath, but he survives with just 14 HP to make it 8-6. Insane grit to survive that trade on 14 health. He doesn't take a single hit in a patient exchange, showing real resilience to bring this to 7-8. The favorite is refusing to let this slip away. Vortex pulls back out to 9-7 right here. Our highest rated player is struggling to maintain the lead. Vortex catches him from the ramp to build a 3-round cushion. Phantom, the best player on the ladder, is under fire. He doesn't take a single hit, showing real resilience to bring the score to 8-10. The slight favorite is fighting to flip the momentum. Vortex is pulling away here. He's starting to build a real cushion as the finish line nears. Vortex is hunting his first win against the number 1 seed today. Vortex catches him from the boost to reach match point 8-12. The underdog is playing the role of the spoiler today. Phantom knocks him off the ramp to deny match point, making it 9-12. The highest rated guy on the ladder refuses to go quiet. Boom, boom. Vortex takes it from the boost to win the map. He finally breaks that losing streak and knocks off the top seed. Phantom put up a fight, but it wasn't enough. Hard-fought win. Welcome to Fast Aim. Havoc and Vortex face off now, with the favorite looking to secure another win. Havoc catches Vortex right off the ramp to take the first round. The favorite starts on the back foot here. Vortex holds a strong historical edge here, winning 55% of their head-to-head meetings. While Havoc took their most recent duel, the latter sees Vortex as the superior player overall. The question is whether Havoc can disrupt that long-term trend today. Havoc takes him from the wine box and the lead is starting to stretch for the underdog. Vortex rank 3 on the ladder is feeling the pressure. Havoc leads 3-2 as Vortex fights to stay alive. He's the higher rated guy on the ladder for a reason. Vortex picks him right off the ramp, taking the lead and the momentum here. Vortex is playing for a repeat of that 13-9 win over Phantom. Vortex picks him off the ramp, making it 3 in a row. Exactly what the ladder expects from a top 5% player. Unreal, he just keeps winning them. Making it 4 in a row to lead 5-3. That's a blink and you miss it kill to take the lead. Havoc answers back here, snapping the run to keep this close at 4-5. He's coming off a 13-8 win over him earlier today. Vortex is currently 16-15 in the last 24 hours, and he's playing like he wants to push that record higher. While Havoc beat him earlier today, Vortex is the clear favorite in this matchup. The question is if he can close this out before Havoc finds another answer. Vortex leads 8-4 at the break. This half tracks the pre-match expectations perfectly as the higher ranked player keeps his edge. Vortex used a 4-round streak to pull away and secure the cushion. Sides swap. Havoc needs a spark. Vortex picks him off the planks and just keeps piling on the lead here. Rank 3 on the ladder, asserting his control. Vortex cruises to a 10-4 lead, totally dominating here. Havoc rank 5 on the ladder, can't find a way back. Havoc picks him off the wine box, ending the round in under 2 seconds. Fast reflex win to stop that slide. Havoc takes him off the ramp and these rounds are ending in a blink. 2 straight for him, keeping this within reach. He doesn't even take damage here. 3 in a row for Havoc. The underdog is flipping the script here. Vortex catches him off the wine box to hold the run, moving to 11-7. Both players sit at a 51% win rate on this map. He stays untouched in a slower exchange to reach match point, leading 12-7. The favorite is closing the door on this one. Boom! He shuts it down from the ramp to win the map. He really put that ladder ranking to use today, proving why he's usually the favorite in this head-to-head. Welcome to Dunes, Phantom and Havoc face off now, with the favorite looking to keep their streak alive. Phantom leads the head-to-head 866-483 over the long term, and he's actually won their most recent meeting as well. Despite that historical edge, he's currently struggling to find his footing against a player who is playing more freely today. The question is whether our number 2 player can flip the script. Wow. Phantom knocks him off the box in a total scramble, barely surviving with 23 HP. Our rank 2 player is starting to flex that ladder edge. We are deadlocked at 2 apiece. Havoc fights back. Phantom, our rank 2 player, takes control here. He doesn't even take damage. That's 3 in a row for Phantom, mirroring that 13-11 result from their last meeting. Havoc knocks him off the box to tie it up at 3-3. Phantom's recent 9-13 loss to Vortex might be weighing on him. Phantom nudges ahead for 3 to regain the lead. Blistering speed on that kill, under a second. Havoc levels the playing field at 4-4. Havoc, top quartile on the ladder, refuses to back down. Phantom is starting to pull away. He's managed to keep the lead in most of these exchanges. Phantom is leaning on a 63% win rate on this map. Phantom has been 19-17 in the last 24 hours, and he's using that active momentum to distance himself here. Havoc has stayed competitive in most of his games today, but he's struggling to keep pace with the league's number 2 player. The question is if Havoc can break this streak before halftime. Phantom leads 8-4. This half played out exactly as expected, with the favorite using a 4-round streak to build a comfortable gap. Havoc needs to tighten up if he wants to close this distance after the switch. Side swap, fresh start for Havoc. Phantom pushes to 8-5, widening the gap further. He's fighting to avoid a repeat of that 11-13 loss. Phantom hits 9-5, putting Havoc in a deep hole. Our rank 2 player is just validating the favorite status here. Phantom is really pulling away here. A 5-round lead puts Havoc in a precarious spot. He's playing like the rank 2 player on the ladder. Phantom climbs to 10-6 firmly in the driver's seat. Quick reaction there to snap that round. Battle of the heights. Both players climbed up, but Phantom wins the fight on the box. Coming off a tough 9-13 loss to Vortex today. Unreal. Havoc survives a total scrap from the box with just 19 HP left. Pure chaos on that exchange to keep it competitive. He cleans that up without taking a hit. Match point for Phantom at 12-7. The favorite is just too steady here. Boom, he closes it out without taking a single hit to win the map. 13-7. He just continues to have Havoc's number. Phantom validates that rank 2 spot and keeps the head-to-head lead firmly in his pocket. Welcome to Berserk League. Phantom and Vortex face off on Mapas, with the favorite looking for a strong win. Phantom holds a 60% win rate in their head-to-head history, but that long-term edge isn't showing up right now. Vortex actually took their most recent meeting and is playing with that confidence today. The question is if Phantom can lean on his map experience to turn this around. He doesn't even take a hit. 3 in a row for Vortex. Our rank 2 player is struggling to find an answer here. Boom! Phantom answers back with a clean kill to make it 1-3. Quickest kill of the match so far. He does it again. 2 in a row for Phantom, who refuses to stay down. Sub-second reaction time there to keep this tight. Unreal. He wipes out the lead entirely to tie it up at 3-3. The slight favorite just found his footing. Vortex snaps the run with a sub-second kill to lead 4-3. Just like their last meeting where he took it 39. Phantom picks him off the ramp to tie it up at 4-4, showing real grit. A bit more of a drawn-out fight there to get the tie. Vortex edges ahead 5-4 with a clutch win. The rank 3 guy is playing like the favorite here. Vortex holds the ramp to take this one. And now he's starting to put some real distance between them. Phantom, rank 2 on the ladder, is feeling the pressure. He doesn't take a single hit here, showing real resilience to keep this close before the break. Just one more before we hit the half. We're all tied at 6-6. Vortex entered as the favorite, but Phantom is holding his own and keeping this dead even. He's leaning on that 70% map win rate to stay in the fight. Side swap, fresh start. Phantom knocks him off the ramp without taking a hit, moving ahead 7-6. The slight favorite finally has the lead after the swap. Whoa, a total slugfest. He barely survives with 7 HP to make it 8-6. Insane, he's just refusing to go down. Vortex claws back to 8-7, keeping this tight. Rank 3 on the ladder, refusing to let him pull away. Deadlock, Vortex levels it at 8 in a thriller. Phantom, rank 2 on the ladder, can't find the lead. He doesn't take a single hit here, continuing to climb back after that early deficit to lead 9-8. Vortex strikes back. We're deadlocked again at 9-9. A much slower exchange to bring it back to even. Vortex grabs the lead. 10-9 in a nail biter. Another slow exchange to keep the momentum shifting. Another slow burn of a fight to give him the lead. Phantom wins the battle on the ramp to tie it 10-10, showing incredible resilience after that early deficit. That was a long, tense battle for the tie. Vortex knocks Phantom off the ramp to take the lead, and the momentum is swinging back his way. That was a real grind to get the lead. He survives the scrap to tie it at 11-11, refusing to let that early deficit define this match. Took some time to settle that exchange. He snaps that streak and reaches match point 12-11, continuing this incredible fight back. A much faster kill to put him in the driver's seat. Game over. Phantom completes the comeback to take it 13-11. He really used that map experience to scrape by in the end. Vortex fought him every step of the way. What a fight! Welcome to Redline. Havoc takes on the favorite Vortex in this Berserk League 1v1 duel. Vortex holds a clear edge here with over 700 all-time wins against Havoc. This historical lead is showing up in their most recent meeting too, where Vortex took a convincing victory. The question is whether Havoc can break that pattern today. Havoc catches him right there on the ramp to keep this close. Havoc is playing as a top quartile talent on the ladder. Both players fought for the ramp, but Vortex wins the scramble to pull ahead. Vortex is playing like a top 5% talent here. Havoc catches him right from the ramp to tie this up. Quickest exchange of the match so far. Wow, a total slugfest. He barely survives with 20 HP to tie this at 3-3. Vortex is the favorite, but he's not playing like it right now. Vortex catches him right on the ramp to take a one-round lead. He's coming off that 13-7 win against him earlier today. Deadlocked at 4-4. Havoc and Vortex are perfectly matched. That was a blink and you miss it. Havoc edges ahead 5-4 as the pressure mounts. Fast exchange there, just under 2 seconds. Vortex catches him right from the ramp to keep this a deadlock. The rank 3 player in the league refuses to let him pull away. Unreal Vortex knocks him off the box and survives with just 8 HP to break the streak before the break. Barely an inch of health left for him there. Vortex leads 7-5. This is playing out exactly as expected, with the favorite holding his slim cushion. Vortex used a 3-round streak to pull ahead, while Havoc fights to stay within striking distance. Side swap, let's see a reset. Havoc is currently on a 3-loss streak across his recent matches. He struggled to close out sets today, and we're seeing that same difficulty in maintaining momentum here. The question is whether he can break this cycle before the lead becomes insurmountable. He snaps that streak immediately. 3 in a row for Vortex to push the lead to 10-5. He doesn't take a single hit there, bringing the score to 6-10. Vortex is typically the clear favorite in this matchup. Vortex is pulling away now. He's just 2 rounds shy of closing this out. Vortex, rank 3 on the ladder, is closing in. He shuts down the comeback attempt with a clean hit. Match point for Vortex. Clean hit to shut the door on that mini run. Havoc knocks him off the ramp without taking a hit, keeping the dream alive at 7-12. Clean read to stop their momentum. Insane. He survives a total bloodbath by a thread to win the map. He just scraped through twice with almost nothing left to seal it. Havoc fought hard, but he couldn't break the curse. What a fight. Welcome to Italy. Phantom and Havoc face off now with the favorite looking to keep their streak alive. Whoa, a total scrap. Havoc survives a brutal exchange to take the lead 1-0. The best player on the ladder starts things on the back foot. Phantom leads the all-time head-to-head with a 64% win rate. He also took the last meeting between these two in a convincing fashion. So this early deficit is a complete reversal of their usual dynamic. The question is whether Havoc can actually maintain this pace. Boom. He doesn't take a single hit, showing some real resilience to make it 1-3. He doesn't take a single hit here, making it 2 in a row as he claws back into this... Havoc surges ahead, now commanding a 4-2 lead. Sub-second reaction there, just a blur. A messy exchange, but Phantom survives it to keep fighting back, bringing the score to 3-4. A bit more drawn out, but he gets the result. Unreal. He doesn't take a single hit to erase the deficit and tie this at 4-4. He catches Havoc on the Tetris from the wine, making it 3 in a row. Havoc catches him from the Tetris to tie this up at 5-5. The best player on the ladder is being pushed to the limit. He survives a quick scrap to take the lead 6-5 before the break. Quick exchange there to wrap the half. The favorite finally finds some breathing room. 6 at the half. This is tracking with the pre-match read. Though Havoc is fighting harder than usual to stay level, Phantom holds a 66% win rate on Italy, so he'll want to leverage that map edge after the switch. Sides. Swap time to break the tie. Havoc edges ahead 7-6 to reclaim the lead. Blink and you missed it, just a second of action. The best player on the ladder is feeling the pressure. Both players trade heavy damage in a frantic scramble, but Phantom survives to tie it at 7-7. Insane, both players left with nothing but a sliver of health. Havoc pulls ahead 8-7 to seize the momentum. Havoc has a 48% all-time win rate, yet he's playing like the superior player today. He's completely flipped the script on a matchup where Phantom usually dominates, and now he's playing with a level of confidence we haven't seen from him recently. The question is if Phantom can find a way to break this run. Pure efficiency. He doesn't take a hit to snap that streak and tie it 9-9. Clean as a whistle. He takes another one without taking a hit, making it 3 in a row. The highest rated player on the ladder is finally taking control. He catches him from the wine for 4 in a row, completing the comeback. Havoc catches him from the Tetris without taking a hit to make it 11-10. Havoc is on a roll here, erasing that deficit to bring us dead even at 11 apiece. Coming off that 13-7 loss to him on Dunes just now. He doesn't take a hit to break that run. 3 in a row puts Havoc at match point. The underdog is playing far above his usual level today. Unreal. He takes no damage to force a tie at 12-12, sending this battle into overtime. Our favorite on the ladder refuses to let this slip. Wow. He doesn't take a single hit to snap that streak and take the lead 13-12. The favorite finally asserts his reign on the ladder. He doesn't take a hit here. 3 in a row for Phantom as he completes the climb back. Pure speed 3 in a row without taking a single hit. Another one, that's 4 in a row for Phantom, and he's now at match point. Sub-second reaction there, just a... Havoc snaps the run with a lightning fast kill, refusing to go down without a fight. Clean kill, just a fraction of a second of action. Havoc strikes again. He doesn't take a hit and makes it 2 in a row. The underdog is refusing to let the favorite close this out. Boom! They both tank heavy damage in a wild scramble, but Phantom survives to complete the comeback and take the map. He really had to dig deep for that one in overtime. Havoc pushed the #1 player to the absolute limit today. What a fight! Welcome to Berserk League. Phantom and Vortex face off on fast aim with the favorite looking for another win. Vortex catches him right off the ramp to start things off. Phantom enters this as the best player on the ladder. Vortex picks him right off the ramp and he's doing it in a blink. Coming off a 13-11 win against him just now. He doesn't even take a hit. 3 in a row for Vortex. Phantom is the best player on the ladder right now. Boom! Phantom answers back without taking a single hit to make it 1-3. The slight favorite finally puts a mark on the board. He does it again without taking a hit, chipping away at the lead. 2 clean kills in a row to keep it close. Unreal, he wipes out the deficit to tie it 3-3 with 3 straight wins. The ladder's best player just flipped the script. A messy exchange where Vortex comes out on top to take a 4-3 lead. Barely survived that one with only 35 HP. He holds his nerve in a tense standoff to tie it 4-4, refusing to go away. Cleanest kill of the set, not taking a single hit. A battle on the ramp that he settles without taking a hit, taking the lead 5-4. 2 in a row for him and both without taking any damage. catches him from the ramp for 3 straight, erasing that early deficit to lead 6-4. Pure speed on that last kill, barely 3 seconds. Vortex answers back with a clean kill to tighten the gap before the break. Under 3 seconds to keep this within 1. Phantom leads 7-5. The underdog is defying the pre-match expectations here, holding a lead over the favorite. Phantom's 67% win rate on this map is showing, and he's playing exactly to that advantage. Side swap, fresh start. Phantom edges ahead 7-6 after a tight exchange. Insane reaction time, under a second for that kill. Vortex locks it back up at 7-7, total deadlock. The ladder's top 2 are fighting for every inch. He doesn't take a single hit, staying resilient to move ahead, 8-7. Whoa, less than half a second for that kill. He snaps that streak immediately, taking the round in under a second to lead 9-7. Vortex takes him from the window to bring this right back to a 1-round game. Our number 3 on the ladder refuses to go away. Vortex levels the playing field at 9-9. Absolute deadlock. Our number 3 on the ladder just erased the lead. He snaps that run immediately. 3 in a row for Vortex to take the lead, 9-10. Vortex is proving why he's top 5 on the ladder. Whoa, he shuts that down without taking a hit, leveling the score at 10-10. The favorite refuses to let this slip away. Insane. He survives a total bloodbath with just 27 HP to make it 11-10. Pure grit to survive that total deadlock. We are staring at a complete stalemate as they head toward the finish line. Our rank 3 is refusing to let the top seat pull away. Wow, he picks him off the ramp to reach match point, barely surviving a total brawl. Another scrap where he barely walks away with his health. Boom! He finishes the comeback from 3 down and takes them up without taking a hit. He just barely scraped through twice under 30 HP to keep his lead. Vortex pushed him to the limit. Hard-fought win. Welcome to Berserk League. Havoc and Vortex take on Orange today, with the favorite looking for another win. Vortex leads the head-to-head with 715 wins over Havoc. He also took their most recent encounter in a convincing fashion, so the favorite is just looking to reclaim that control here. The question is if Havoc can actually break that pattern today. Vortex edges ahead 2-1, putting the pressure on Havoc. He's currently ranked 3 on the ladder. Vortex knocks him off the ramp to make it 3 in a row. Coming off that 13-7 win over him on red line too. Havoc snaps that run with a clean kill, pulling it back to 2-3. The rank 6 guy is refusing to fold here. Vortex strikes back to lead 4-2. Quick exchange and he takes it in under 2 seconds. Havoc claws back to 3-4, keeping this very tight. Scraping by with only 34 HP there. Still fighting to flip the script after that loss to Phantom. Havoc has a 30% win rate in his last 10 matches and he's struggling to find a way to turn that around today. He's coming into this as the underdog on the ladder and that gap in form is starting to show in the score. The question is whether he can find a spark before this slips away. He's showing some real grit, cutting the deficit to 4-6. Fast exchange there, sorted in under 2 seconds. Vortex extends his lead to 7-4. Pure speed there, sorted in under 2 seconds. Vortex leads 7-5 at the break. This match is the pre-match read as the favorite holds a steady lead. Vortex wins 55% of their head-to-head games and he is currently playing right to that expectation. The sides swap, fresh start. He wins a tight exchange to make it 6-7, showing real resilience in this comeback effort. Under 2 seconds, again keeping the pace lightning fast. Unreal, he wipes the slate clean with a perfect kill to tie it at 7-7. Vortex regains the lead, making it 8-7. The top 5% player on the ladder takes back the lead. Vortex pulls ahead 9-7, seizing the momentum here. The favorite is playing right to the ladder expectations here. He kills him without taking a hit, 3 in a row for Vortex. Coming off a rough 14-16 loss to Phantom earlier. Havoc catches him on the Toxic to break that run, cutting the lead to 8-10. Took a bit longer to resolve, but he found the gap. Havoc picks him off from the ramp to keep this comeback alive, making it 9-10. The underdog is flipping the script here. Vortex puts a stop to that run right when it mattered most. The gap is back to 2. He's currently the rank 3 guy on the ladder. Vortex shuts down that comeback attempt to reach match point, leading 12-9. Another fast exchange to keep the pressure on. Wow, he digs deep to knock him off the ramp, surviving by a thread to keep this comeback alive. Insane, he survives on just 21 HP there. Boom. He doesn't take a single hit to make it 11-12, refusing to let this match slip. The underdog is completely rewriting the pre-match script. Game over. Vortex shuts the door and takes the map 13-11. He really pushed the favorite to the limit there. Havoc almost broke the streak today, but it just wasn't enough. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League. Phantom and Havoc face off on Dunes, with the favorite looking for another strong win. Phantom leads the head-to-head with 868 wins over Havoc. He's coming off a victory against this same opponent just a short while ago, and he looks to carry that confidence through this set. The question is if Havoc can break that pattern today. Phantom grips a 2-1 lead as we hit round 3. The best player on the ladder showing why he's the favorite. These rounds are over in a blink. Phantom is just reacting faster and faster as this set goes on. Gone in under 2 seconds. He doesn't take a single hit, making it 3 in a row for Phantom. The best player on the ladder is just playing his game. Another clean kill, that's 4 in a row for Phantom. Our top rated player is just playing his game. Wow, total scramble where both players trade heavy damage, but he digs deep for 5 in a row. Coming off that 16-14 win against him just now. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 6 in a row for Phantom. The #1 guy on the ladder is just in control. Finally, Havoc catches him from the box to snap that 6-round run. Our rank 6 player proves he belongs in the top quartile. Phantom is sitting on a 63% win rate over his last 10 matches. He is playing with a level of consistency that Havoc just hasn't found lately, especially given his 6-loss streak heading into this. The question is whether Havoc can find a way to close this gap before the halftime break. Phantom leads 8-4. This match is the pre-match read, with the top seed staying ahead for most of the half. That 6-round streak really put him in the driver's seat heading into the side switch. Side swap, Havoc needs a spark. Phantom pushes to 9-4, extending the lead further. His recent 80% win rate over 10 matches is showing unreal. Both players trade heavy damage in a total bloodbath, but he survives with just 10 HP to make it 9-5. Phantom hits 10, leaving Havoc fighting a steep hill. Clean kill, not even taking a hit. Phantom is just too quick right now. These last 2 rounds were over in less than a second and a half. He doesn't take a hit, taking a 3-round streak and match point. The favorite is just completely taking over here. Boom, boom, boom. He doesn't take a single hit to close it out and take the map. He just keeps adding to that head-to-head lead. Havoc tried to hang in there, but the #1 guy was just too much today. Welcome to the arena. Phantom and Vortex face off now with the favorite looking to maintain their lead. Vortex catches Phantom right off the boost to take an early lead here. The best player on the ladder starts on the back foot. Vortex takes him from the boost and these rounds are ending in a blink. Phantom's best player status isn't helping him yet. Total scrap, but he comes out on top, 3 in a row for Vortex. He's coming off a 13-11 win against him just now. He catches him from the ramp for 4 in a row. Phantom's rank 1 status isn't showing here. He picks him off the Tetris for 5 in a row. Vortex is just cruising. Phantom leads the head-to-head 2079, 1381. But it's not showing. He doesn't even take a hit. 6 in a row for Vortex. Barely a second of action before he drops him. He wins another protracted fight, making it 7 in a row. Phantom's 80% recent win rate isn't showing up here. Finally, Phantom breaks the run with a clean kill to make it 2-7. Boom, he walks away from that with full health. Coming off a strong 13-5 win against Havoc today. Phantom has a 63% win rate on this map over thousands of matches. He's finally starting to leverage that historical edge to chip away at this lead. The question is whether he can maintain this momentum and flip the script entirely. Vortex takes him from the boost to keep this lead wide open. The best player on the ladder is struggling to keep pace. Vortex takes him from the boost, pushing the lead to 7 rounds. Our rank 3 player is playing the role of favorite today. Vortex takes a 10-2 lead into the break. He entered as the favorite and is playing exactly to that expectation. That 7-round streak put Phantom in a deep hole he'll have to climb out of now. Side swap, time for a reset. Vortex picks him off the box and is just a few seconds away from closing this out. Our rank 3 player is completely silencing the ladder leader. He shuts down the comeback attempt in under a second. Vortex is on match point. Pure speed on that kill to kill the momentum. Boom! He knocks him off the Tetris without taking a hit to take the map. He just completely disregarded the ladder rankings. Phantom's history on the arena didn't matter one bit today.